It says we're live. Hello, everyone. Apparently we're live. Oh, hello. Hendrix, Abraham, hello. Can you hear moi? And can you hear a piano? Live. Hendrix, hello. Yes, we've got yeses. No piano. Oh, hang on. Hang on. How about... that should work. Hello, James. Hello, Beat and Delete. Do we have piano now? Yes. Hendrik says yes. Yes. Lovely. Thank you. Hello. Hello, Tom. Hello, Will. Welcome. Hello, Ricky. Hello, Daniel. Dramatic. I love some drama chords, don't you? Hello, Ian. Beyonce for life? Sure. Hey, Phil. Oh, Phil can't hear the piano. What? But can hear me. Can we get a confirmation? Yes, we've got piano thumbs up from Will. Hello, Joe. Loud and clear. Cool. Right. How is everyone? Anyone have a clue what's going on? I did have a small plan, actually. Sample Radar just put up 500 and something free, I think it was UK Garage samples. I thought it would be something we could check out on stream. $510. Yes. Okay. How do we grab them? We grab them from there, apparently. Let us download to the sample drive. Hey, Hanslow, hello. It's raining where Joe is. I think it's raining here. Nothing is certainly not pretty. But I can't hear any. It's not so loud that it's on my battering my skylight as has happened past streams. Hello, Techem. Hey, all right, you're in the gym, Phil. You're a more motivated man than I. Joe's in Pennsylvania. Ah. And Austin, Pennsylvania. Hello, Hippo. Hypo? Hippo? Hello, Niles. Nordic Niles. Who only produces in mono, apparently. Nothing wrong with that. And Sci-Fool is Montreal. Ah. Canada. Is it really cold in Montreal? I don't know which, if you suffer from the severe winters like I know some areas are. Hello, Stefan. Oh, the first snow in Sweden this year. Well, I presume you mean for the fall. Hello, Amy. Hello. Right. Let me unzip this file. Music Radar new garage samples. What I was wondering is, are they going to be useful for the upcoming garage video I'm still working on that you guys have been asking for about a year? Samples, samples, samples. Let's have a look. I'm just going to move that folder into the... Can we... Why did Ableton remove the refresh button? That doesn't sound like a garage bass. Oh, now we're getting somewhere. Organish. Oh, okay. Okay, well, let's not knock a free sample pack. That's alright, actually. Oh, okay. Looks like it's mixing it up between two-step and 4 on the floor. Hello, N2 Triple G. Piano has entered the chat. Hello, Moritz. I'm not sure about some of these snare choices. And well, in the case of that loop, I'm not sure about any of those choices. That sounds pretty cool. Bit of chaos. Okay, fine. That's not bad. Pretty old school. Okay. What have we got? This could come in handy too, I think. I'm already prepared for chords. I downloaded Meatbeat's Orb Hits, which is clearly a bunch of samples from the old Emu Orbits module. Very useful. If anyone hasn't come across Meatbeats yet, they make some great free plugins. Certainly a good dance piano. There it is. Very simple interface. And in there's all these kind of... I'm sure that's the Black Riot sample. If it's a recreation... That's a very interesting legal argument. These don't appear to be in tune. There's some useful garage stroke rave sounds in there, I think. Are we building a track today? We could do. I have no idea. I thought it'd be a good excuse to try out that new garage pack from Sample Radar, freebie. And maybe we could. I still haven't fully finished doing my garage research, you see, so we could make it a preliminary live stream me researching garage, and maybe you guys could help me. Or if there's anything more specific you'd like. Anyone got anything really, any burning questions? Is it going to get us a strike like the rave generator? Yes, well, this is the question, right? When the Emu module was made, the sample law was all very new, which is why there was so much early sampling going on in those days. Hello, Zed Droverman, or Z. Or is there a pronunciation of ZD in your language that I'm not aware of? Hello, Jasper. Do you have any tips for finding chords if you only have voice recordings available? Yes, I've already made a video on that. I made 2 videos on that, in fact. I have like a beginner's one, which is a hack you can use. Austin, please do not turn off the stream. My hacking software needs another 20 minutes to hack into your network. Okay. Let's see. Excuse me, I have a coffee ready. Actual coffee this time, not tea. Yeah, so the chords to a vocal, I have 2 videos. Where did that go? Can everyone see the browser? Not just my door. Yes, I think that's working. So to find chords to a vocal, have a look at the first one is called it's not called it's called Chord Any Melody. That one. How to write chords for vocals for beginners. There we go. I did name it something sensible in the end. That'll show you what we call the 146 or 164 hack. That will work 95% of the time. And then I did do a follow-up for a little bit more advanced writing, which was called Finding Chords to Vocals. How to find chords for your vocal samples. Now, that required that you found out some of the notes in the melody. And so if you don't know the notes in the melody, you can work them out by converting your vocal melody, hopefully, into MIDI using one of the methods in the previous video called How to Convert Vocals to MIDI. So then you can find out all the individual notes of the melody and make some more complicated decisions regarding your chords. But if you just start with the 164 hack, how to write chords to vocals for beginners, I would start there. Oh, Moritz, would love it. How to make a track like Claude VonStroke. Is that VonStroke? VonStroke? I'm going to have to zoom in the chat a little on this monitor. My second monitor is very small. There we go. It is Claude VonStroke. Let's have a quick refresher. What's he up to these days? Who's Afraid of Detroit? That's 4 years ago. Obviously releasing on Dirty Bird a lot. Any particular track that you think, oh, he's just released The Creeps? Is it the original The Creeps? Sound like it? Is this purely for Halloween, though? Would you class this as deep? Oh, okay. Yeah, he's... Oh, it sounds like old school deep, yeah. The original. Good audio interface. Yes, I do recommend RME, Abraham. Thank you very much for answering that question. Yes, RME. They're not cheap, but if you... it's kind of a false economy thing. If you divide your price by how many years they're going to last you, which is well over 10, they're actually very cheap compared to other interfaces. But if you haven't got the money up front, and you don't mind replacing it in a few years, you could go with any of the current runners, Focusrite, Audent, Native Instruments Complete Control thing. They're also good. Yeah, I think any of those three. The Focusrite, is it the 212? The Solo even? Depends what you need to record in. Most of those have a microphone input though. Audience apparently have the best mic preamps, I think, at that price range. You can get those for under £100, $120-ish from recommendation from memory. The Native Instruments Complete ones are good as well. But RME, the Babyface will cost you around $500, but it will be pretty future-proof. So, yeah. As for the Claude, we can do a video on Claude. I think maybe I will tie that into a video on, because I've got a video on. I want to do something regarding, Mr. Fingers. Can you feel it? And that's very much where Claude's coming from, isn't it? Let me find, if you don't know it, let me just find it so I can refresh. There are 2 versions about the original. Is this the tracks release? Yes. That track, that sounds very Claude to me. I think really good excuse to do a video on the origins and then where it's got to now. A lot of the same gear, probably. Still 909s, 808s, basic pads, keeping the synths very simple. Oh, sounds like the audio was doubled. Oh no. That's interesting. So whenever I play back from my web browser, you get double audio, do you? Oh, hang on. There we go. That should fix it. Sorry about that. I didn't notice it was capturing input and output. Do we still get Ableton? Yeah, we do. Right, that should be sound fixed. We've got Matthew LaCroix asking for tech house arrangement and process on how you find your sound. Okay. Well, arrangement varies. Yeah, I mean, I suppose we need to do a follow-up video on arrangement as well, don't we? Because if you're ever questioning arrangement, by the way, just you need to be listening to full sets of your favorite DJs. Or you can at least look them up on 1001 track lists, website like that. Because what you need to know, the whole point of of arrangement in these kind of genres is where they're supposed to fit in a set, really. That's kind of what determines what it works, because you have to be conscious of whether it's going to be, what we'd call like a low energy part of the set, where you're trying to bring the crowd down so you can build them back up for the finale or something like that. Or it depends on what kind of DJ you're handing over to. So if you're the support DJ, not the main DJ, you might be trying to keep it chill so that they can come on and sound bigger than you, that kind of thing. There's all kinds of considerations. So arrangement varies a lot. And if you don't know, then just listen to sets of your favorite DJs and then copy the tracks the arrangement of the tracks that you thought worked. Basically, there's nothing wrong with that. If you're not DJing yourself, that's kind of the fastest way you're going to learn about. Obviously, you've got your own preferences that you want to throw in there, but the arrangement is largely dictated by what kind of set you think it's going to go in. So my tech house, well, doesn't really matter what genre actually, but my sessions start with a lot of referencing. So you'll see I've got this garage video coming up, right? So I have a reference folder here. Wait for my drive to wake up. Sorry, this is on an external. So you can see the Stutter House research I did, right? There's 10 or so tracks in there. I've started pulling down what garage I would like to emulate. There's one of my favorites. See you, little man. From back in the day. Obviously, everyone recommended Sammy. I've not heard his name pronounced actually. Is it Virgie? So I'm just about to start grabbing. Like I say, it doesn't matter what genre. The last tech house I referenced in a big folder was that's 2019, so that's old now. It's probably just gone in the main folder here. You can see all kinds of stuff. Actually, oh, this is quite old now. But anyway, yes, it usually starts with quite a lot of referencing. So the whole point would be find out what kind of set you want it to fit in, emulate the structure, and then basically start working on the first thing I do is spend a couple of hours basically finding drums. So if you didn't see my very first live stream, let me show you this plugin, which is a lifesaver. Unfortunately, not a freebie. But this is kind of why I don't do from scratch videos that often, because I hop around so many genres so much. I don't really keep sounds and templates. But this plugin is called XO by XLN Audio. XLN are famous for that other plugin, the one that does all the vintage lo-fi modules built into one thing. But this groups your samples into kind of color ranges. So all my kicks are red. It does this for you, by the way. And it groups similar sounding samples together. So the general rule is the longer stuff is at the bottom. Obviously, it's got some toms in there. It doesn't. Hey, let's rave. Welcome to Wigan. Yeah, and then the short stuff at the top. If you're not from England, you won't get that. And then brighter towards the right and duller towards the left. You can zoom in, obviously. And you can refine your choice. This is a really good way of finding off your existing samples, basically stuff close to. You can have the record playing in the background, and then as you scroll through your samples, you'll eventually find things that sound similar, do the job. So it's really good for activating your active listening skills, because you'll be listening for things like, what's the chest area of the kick like? Has it got a real punch, like a, or is it more of a hollow kick like this? It doesn't have a lot of attack. And then what's the top end of the kick? What's the sub like? Where does it measure on span? You know, is the reference track also have a kick at around 50 hertz or whatever? You know, things like that. So I normally that's quite a while getting that bit right, because if you see my workflow, it's very much to do with sound selection. If you get that bit right, especially your kick drums and your basses at the beginning, like the low end foundation, if you can get that to match the reference just by picking the sounds correctly, then all you really have to do is put a sidechain on the sub-frequencies so you don't clip too obviously, and then the track really doesn't, will just mix itself. You don't have to do a lot then. You can concentrate on aesthetics like how much reverb the vocals got on and stuff like that. So that's why I spend so much time picking kicks, snares. I don't tend to pick hi-hats and stuff too much. I would normally find top loops for that. Usually, if you want tech house top loops, just get yourself a Splice subscription. It's very cheap. And Mark Knight puts all these packs up there. And then when you find the right bottom end and the right claps, you can just go to a Mark Knight pack. So he's literally just put up volume 6, which I've just grabbed. You go to drum loops, you go to top loops. Again, you'll be referencing, so you'll be listening for type of groove, tempo, aesthetics, obviously like sizzly top end or harsh hi-hats or soft hi-hats. Or you could just react emotionally. Does it give you the same vibes as your reference? Throw that in with the correct kick drum and clap, and you kind of, 70% of the way there for your drums. So that's kind of the process. There's no magic to it. It's just reference, reference, reference. The 3 R's. I will say it over and over again. And that's it, really. Someone did ask about sound design. It kind of ties into that as well. So I am working on a video which is for super beginners, which will be basically, grab a kick drum, grab a bass line, I'm looking for a good... These are all kind of sublines, aren't they? I suppose that is Mark Knight's. But you can literally just grab a kick, a bass line, a top loop. Let's just grab randoms for now. This is slow. 120. Let's go 128. See, I've not... That's probably really loud at your end. But I've not touched that, and it's thunderous. You know what I mean? You could do worse than make a track out of just some pack loops. And another video I'm working on right now is the James Hype method as well, which I call... I've not got a name for it yet, but what I've noticed is he has kind of one melodic element, and then the rest is what we call non-melodic. So the bass will just be rumbling, or kind of what we, no discernible pitch to a lot of it, or it could be a tom bass, tom groove, just mostly drums. And that means your melodic element doesn't have to be in a certain key then. So you don't have to worry about too much of the musical side of things. You can just concentrate on groove and arrangement and your sound aesthetics, triggering samples over the top, that kind of thing. So but it doesn't have to be any more complicated than that, really. And then if you are new to this, I always recommend have a look at there's two fantastic tracks from last year called Odd Mob, Left to Right. Do we have, yeah, Odd Mob, Left to Right, and Ewan McVicker's Tell Me Something Good is the other one as well. And the reason you're looking at these is you'll notice there's not a lot in the track. You've got this vocal sample,
right, left to right, left to right, left to right,
which is manipulated with delays, reverbs, and then he drops a beat,
right, left to 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 right.
And it's got a bass dong, a couple of interrupting basses.
Right, left to right, left to right, left to right.
Tom groove with what we call a sub kick or kind of sub bass line. So there's no pitch really to that bass. It's too low to realistically discern what the pitch is. So the key of the track doesn't matter. That bass can be anything because the vocal is wrapped. That doesn't matter. That means it's not in key. So your only tonal element really is that bass dong. So that can be literally anything.
Right.
You just have to pick a sound. And the reason you would reference this track is there's just those few elements. It's vocal, a couple of basses, a groove, which is based on, sub bass, no actual bass notes, if you will, no bass melody, bass line.
Right.
And it's how you arrange something with just those few elements. You
right, left to
you take the bottom end out every now and then.
right, left to right, left to right, left to right.
You bring it back in.
Do it like me, no, so don't do it like me, no, you can't do it like me, no.
And it's a fantastic track. It absolutely works in a club, in a tremendous amount of sets as well. Lots of different DJs, not just tech, can drop that because it will speed up as well. It doesn't have to be, what tempo is? It feels actually quite chill. Let me solo. Nope, don't do that. Yeah, I think he purposely made this slow so it could be sped up. Or is it? Oh, no, it's a 128. It is a 128. I thought it was slower than that. There's that sub bass coming. If you're always wondering what's going on down there, you can always just use a filter and do the club toilet test and figure out what's going on down there. Listen to like 80 below and 200 to 80. There's plenty of ways you could make that. You could either do it with a really long kick drum or an actual, just a very low sine wave on the bass, or some white noise filtered, like a techno rumble kind of thing. There's lots of ways you could make a low end like that because the pitch doesn't matter. It's just about getting the groove right. So, or you could just grab it out of a pack, like Mark Knight's. That one's a bit more pitched, but you could always filter that off if you, if you didn't want the high notes. Why not? Why not? You could do that. Something like that. Anyway, yes, so your structure, Odd Mob left to right is just a fantastic one to study because it's just all the simple DJ tricks done really well with very, very few elements. It's a great learning track for DJ structure in general. And as I say, it works in lots of different sets, so you can't go far wrong with... and then Ewan McVicker's Tell Me Something Good as well. Right. Anyway, I hope that Lozar. Thank God. I love James Hype. He is boring, but I think he is the new age Skrillex for tech house. Nothing crazy. Well, it's all about the live sets, right? It's about he's brought performance back to DJing, he's proper DJing. He's not just playing records back. He's doing live mixing. You don't have to have the 4 decks or, be doing sample triggering, but yeah, I prefer his live sets to his released records. I know what you mean about the boring bit, but when you're there watching a set take place live that he does over an hour or an hour and a half, everything makes a lot more sense. And you can see the decision making and a little bit of the performance as well. 'Cause, yeah, he's usually doing it live. What is my theme? Says Kaio. It's if you go to any of my YouTube videos, you'll find the link to my theme in the description. It's just a custom thing I made years ago. There used to be a dedicated program. I can't remember what it's called. It's probably just Live Theme Maker or something. I can't find it anymore. There's websites that let you make your own themes now. But back then there was a program for Live 8, it was. Let you make your own skins. And I made it in that. So that's how old this is. And I stuck with it ever since. I just prefer it to any of the main themes. This video will end up on YouTube, yes. They all do. The problem, if you miss my live streams, YouTube now puts them off into their own little category. They don't go under videos. There's a separate live category if you want to look at any of my past live streams. Unfortunately, though, I've still not had time to go back through and put chapters in because they're usually about 3-4 hours, and there's a lot of things discussed usually. Oh, great, you've got to see me in Detroit. Nice one. Yeah, so check out the live tab if you want to see any of the live streams. Caesar says, I have my own collection of 16th hats that with different grooves ready for projects. Yes, I do kind of that. Like I always just know I've got what I call a 2-3-4 hat, which well, I know the names of them all because I've been doing it for so long now. But if I'm doing square groove and I need 16ths, for some reason that one just always works. It's very light. As long as the track's not heavy. It's too light for things like techno and, but it's just got a wonderful amount of sizzle. It works in mono. You end up with your favorite loops, which you can reach for. Or the reason I use Ableton is I will just pull the percussion track out of another track that I've already made. So I can quickly drag in things if I know the... And I have these grooves, MPC grooves. These were free MPC groove measurements taken from... Do they actually play back? Oh, they just literally give you the MIDI. Yeah. But I like the... Everyone reveres the MPC for its... Well, the original MPCs, anyway, for their swing. Because they weren't mathematically perfect. Because there was rounding errors in the code. So the swing at the beginning of the bar is not necessarily the same at the end of the bar. Things like that. So I was like, why not just grab those? But Ableton has them built in as well, obviously. And I just keep my opening template for live has all this at the bottom, ready to go. So I can quickly pick any loop and then try it out as swung. Not the best example because I've not put these in Beats mode. Beats mode lets the actually chops up the detected hits so they all start properly. Well, especially put it from in this mode here where they all start. You can hear what it's chopping them into. It gives you a chop length. And then when you swing them, you get a proper swing as opposed to the complex mode, which is kind of smearing the audio with I've forgotten the are they called? Yeah, it's grain. It's basically what we call a grain algorithm. Chops it into millions of grains and then tries to repeat some in different frequencies. You hear it's a lot less. It kind of removes the transients. and you don't really get the full swing anyway. This is beats mode. Anyway, little tips there for Ableton people. Chris Wadrup says, your videos have helped me produce my first piano track. Learned so much. Oh, lovely. Thank you, Chris. I'm glad to hear that. Always glad to be a help. I've had a lot of messages recently saying people, their first releases, their first A&R, they've managed to get tracks off to labels and stuff like that. And started their first tracks in general, which is all fantastic to hear. That's exactly what I wanted to inspire. When you're doing track roasts. Okay, track roasts. So I've been thinking about this because I've also got the video. I've got so many videos planned. There's no time to make them. Help. So I've got a video on track feedback coming up because I've got a couple of theories. Like, if you've ever DM'd me on Insta and asked for track feedback, thank you for getting in touch, by the way. If I have the time, I will always reply. I think I've replied to most people by now. I have a couple of outstandings if you're waiting, but literally only a couple. Anyway, if you've ever messaged me on Insta asking for track feedback, you will get the same rant, and it's usually I don't think track feedback is valuable, which shocks some people, but Gregory Scott went over this in his video about how finishing tracks never gets easier. Actually, no, it's a different video, I think. Was it? He went over, was it? The thumbnail said nobody feels the mix. That's all I remember. And he was talking about asking the wrong people for feedback, and I thoroughly agreed with it. It was, the problem is people seek advice from their peers, which is like people like myself and other producers and other engineers or other musicians, and it's those people are the opposite of a real audience. Like, I can give you some technical feedback on, like, maybe I think you could do a better chord on bar 3, or maybe I could point out that I think the vocal is actually in a different key to the track that things like that, or the grooves is going to be very hard for girls to dance to. There's lots of stuff, but it's all very academic and in a vacuum. It's just one track. I don't know why it exists, because everyone who submits tracks for feedback, unfortunately, they never really have any notes alongside, because the only valuable track feedback is, well, A, it's from your real audience, which is you can only get by putting it up on the internet somewhere. Try SoundCloud first, and then maybe release on Spotify if you really want to commit, which is something I always recommend, because it's kind of like getting that release monkey off your back. The first time you fill out that DistroKid form, and you get your first what we call IRSC number, which is when it's officially registered in the song database of the world. And then you send it off. You pay your $20 for the year, whatever. Get your first release done, and it's on Spotify. It'll probably get 5 plays because no one knows who you are. That's normal. But the first time you do that and you get that monkey off your back, so to speak, that's really valuable, because at least you know the process. A little bit of the fear of the unknown goes away, and you just never know. It might kick off. That's always the hope, right? I've released hundreds of tracks, and only really a handful have ever done well, which is always, the game. It's not. I'm not really trying to. I'm not doing it for money. I'm trying to change the world. Educate people or make interesting choices, interesting artistic statements. That's the point. Where was I going with this? But yeah. So the problem with feedback is no one lists their terms of success. And that's the whole point. It's like, I need to know what you consider successful, what would be... And the thing is, no matter what your answer is at that point, it's like the answer is usually the same. We're still judging one track in a vacuum. So no matter, you could have the best, most perfect, amazing track in the world, and you're still going to struggle to get it seen by more than 1,000 people. Or, well, your first release, probably more than 50 people. I think Spotify said recently they only considered, of their 8-9 million users or something like that, they only, uploaders, sorry, they only considered 200,000 of them to be professional, what they would consider professional artists. And what they defined as professional was people who had more than, I think, 10,000 monthly listeners, which seems like a low bar, but it turns out 85% of profiles don't have more than 50 followers. So 50 listeners. So it's your main struggles, and why feedback doesn't matter is that you still have to figure out how to get off the ground, what we call a cold brand. People think brand is a dirty word, but it just means identity. It's just basically picking an identity. Like the way I chose this channel was more about musicianship than it was about, say, fat kick drums and the engineering side of it, which is what's, most of YouTube. I could have got far more views on this channel if I did mix tutorials. And I've got another, and I do have another video coming on why I think a lot of mixed tutorials are kind of useless as well. Ear education, rant, and all that kind of stuff. But yes, feedback. It's so tricky without your terms of success kind of note. Like, what do you want to achieve? And if you say, well, I want to be released on a big label and all that kind of thing, it always comes back to the same answers. It's like, well, one track isn't going to get you signed. You need to really, you need at least probably 30 tracks over the next 2 years that all fit a similar narrative, so people can assume your identity from your music alone. If you're not going to go the heavy visual way, if you're not going to do a dead mouse and put a helmet on or a marshmallow, if you're not going to go that kind of branding, then if you just want to be pure sound, then you need to find some kind of unique sound that you stick to. Do it 30 times over 2 years. Get at least a month out, maybe more, and then a label will start to pay attention because you've got a consistent output, and you'll be growing a fan base naturally by doing that. So yes, I picked this channel to be, I am an engineer. I've been an engineer for longer than I have been any kind of solo artist brand, but I decided I cared. A lot of people aren't talking about the music side of music. It's all about the engineering side of music. So I sacrificed a big audience to pick that niche because I knew it would differentiate me from all of the other YouTube channels. Well, most of the other YouTube channels. You're never the only one to have an idea, by the way. Lots of people will be doing it. If you need to survey the landscape, as it were. But so I basically pick a thing, just pick a thing, and then do it well for a while. When you start, you won't be doing it well. Have you seen? Everyone knows Marcus Brownlee, right? The tech YouTuber he's probably on 20, 30 million subscribers by now, something like that. I think he still kept his original videos up from many, many years ago. And it's just him in a bedroom, a badly lit bedroom, on his phone camera. It looks terrible. It sounds terrible. He's not got a microphone. And he's doing a phone review, I think. Everyone starts. You just have to start. So if you're sending me feedback, asking for feedback on your first track especially, it's kind of irrelevant. It's like there's nothing I can say other than pick a thing and get releasing, because you need the feedback from your audience, and that you need that data to come back to know what worked, what didn't work. And you also need to get into the habit of committing your ideas and finishing, because as Seth Godin said, everyone's creative. You're technically in competition with every person in the world, right? Human beings, this is what separates us from most other animals. We have this creative side. We can imagine things. We can play games. We can We could do things for pleasure. And, you know, music's a very emotional part of that. Makes us a distinct species. But everyone has that. Some people think we're born to work, but, you know, that's not the case. So you're competing with everyone in the world because everyone has ideas every minute of the day. Most people don't commit those ideas down through usually fear or, you know, lack of motivation or lack of belief, etc., etc. But you're still competing with everyone. Everyone has ideas. Everyone is creative. Everyone is always thinking of clever things. And the only difference between you and a professional is the professional has just got a lot more practice at both failing and finishing things. That's all it is. You have to commit your creative ideas to the world with some degree of lack of fear. Like how a racing driver will eventually learn to take a corner much faster than you can when you think you're going to leave the road, and they know because of practice that they're not going to leave the road and crash, that kind of thing. It's no different. You just have to practice finishing, and that's why I did my last video. That's the feedback always goes that way. It's like you need to pick a thing, find an identity. It could be a sound, it could be a visual, it can be a story. People love stories. Like, if you're making music for the sake of music and it just exists because you wanted to make music, that's fine. But it's going to be very hard for it to spread because people don't tell other people about other tunes by singing them the melody. They don't, oh, have you heard that new such and such a tune? It goes do, 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 do. They don't. They say he made it on a shoestring budget, or it was about his ex-girlfriend, or she, you know, she was propositioned by her boss and she told she couldn't get the gig. So this is a protest track. You know, that's kind of how you spread the music. It's more the why of it existing than it is just the track itself. So the feedback's always going to be along those lines. Anyway, happy Halloween, Greg. But yes, so back to your original question. Track roasts, I thought... Yeah, so either next time we do a track roast, it's with the caveat that you provide your terms of success. So we could talk a bit more about the wider picture, but then again, what would be the point of submitting the track? Because usually I don't even need to listen to the track to give you good feedback. Believe for the above reasons, right? So we could do track roasts with terms of success laid out, and I could comment more on how you might get there. Or maybe we do it without the tracks. We just do people's terms of success. Or I could do what I call I was thinking of doing a feed forward. Hello, Shuffle. From Brazil. Hello. I do have a big fan base in Brazil from the streaming. My biggest countries are, I think, US, Germany, and Brazil, or certainly some parts of South America. Anyway, yeah, so we could do a feed forward instead of a feedback, in the sense of what I was thinking of is now we have a platform with, well, we're approaching, what, 30,000 subs? We could do just basically a show-off where we all just discuss it in a kind of track roast could be any genre. Any genre. Well, I mean, my career at the moment, my expertise lies in mostly dance music, some hip hop, but I don't ghostwrite for any hip hop acts for a while now. It's all been dance music, so I can only really comment with any semblance of confidence on kind of dance genres right now. Again, depends on your terms of success, though. Depends on your terms of success. The genre might not matter. Like, you know, from an artistic point of view, my Spotify is a mess. Is my Do Not Disturb turned off already? Apologies, everyone. I think I only put it on for 1 hour. Right. Reset that. Yes. So if you look at my Spotify, from the normal way you would advise an artist is not to do whatever genre they fancy and just put whatever out they like, because it's very hard for people to figure out what they are. It's that branding thing again, that identity thing. But it's fine for me to do that because that was never the point of releasing music. My releasing of music is because I do tutorials with it, and I'm experimenting. And because that brand side of me, the Spotify doesn't look that weird anymore. So, but yeah, any genre. If you want to submit something else, I'll just show it off. That's why I'm thinking of a feed forward. It could be anything. Then we could just all listen and discuss, and there's no stakes, and it's just kind of use the platform to get lots of people to listen to lots of new music, where otherwise it might get buried. I'm thinking that might be a more positive use of the channel for that kind of thing. Hello, Binary Solo. Hello. Good to hear you. Still, it's great to see you still growing. Yes, yes. We should be at 30k by the end of the year. Because I've not put out a banger video for a while, like the Tech House Phrygian Scale one seemed, that kicked off. If I don't make a video like that, which is complete accident anyway, if nothing kicks off, then it seems that the rate of growth is pretty steady, about 1,000 subs a month, which is, I'm not chasing numbers anyway. Oh my God. YouTube has just put a big blue box in my face saying, this would be a good time to insert an advert. No. Can I make it go away? Let me know if anyone gets adverts, by the way, because I've told them not to. I've turned them off. I've done my best to. Again, I'm not chasing money or numbers, so I don't have the mid-roll ads turned on at all. I don't get control over the rest, but I make sure it doesn't. Because there's a certain flow to a tutorial, right? If you're trying to learn something, I think it's important not to be interrupted. Imagine if you went to school and the teacher just walked out of the room every 10 minutes, and then a big company came in a suit and tried to advertise you a random product. Anyway, if anyone gets adverts, let me know, because they're supposed to be off. Stefan, YouTube being weird for you. Oh, it's responding to Greg. Is the stream lagging for anyone else? Let's have a look. Oh. 1 second. We do have an error message. Let's have a look at this. An error occurred. Has everyone lost my voice? Or have they just lost the screen? I'm still here. Are we back? Is this YouTube trying to force me to press the advert button while we wait for it to fix itself? Cesar is from Costa Rica. Welcome. Yes, more from the SA region. Costa Rica's down there, right? I'm not hallucinating. Hello, Thomas. Screen is frozen. Is it just because we were not doing anything? Have we got sound and things? Are they back? It's showing fine on my end now. The error has gone away. YouTube servers have issues today, do they? Okay. Well, good timing. It's not frozen. It's just me being not very active on the screen. And because I don't have a camera, you can't see me. When do we start doing face to camera? I'm not keen on it, but does anyone think it's actually valuable? I know it's better to look into someone's eyes when you're giving them information, but when that information is to do with the door and music, I always think the person's face is rather unnecessary, but that's because I'm old. Let me know what you think. Do I have to buy a camera? I was thinking on the subject of drum mixdowns and levels. Sorry, Caesar. What does this question relate to? Depending on the genre or subgenre of dance, some things are loud. Depending on that. Yes. I don't understand the question. Sorry, is it? Carl doesn't think it's needed. Okay, good. Full focus on the door is important. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I think so. I think so. Let's have some background music while we're here so people know things are going on mid silence while I'm reading you guys' chat. I just randomly started singing Lola's theme for no reason. Oh, so I've been doing some, speaking of sonic experiments. Oh, that's the 80s version. Actually, I can ask this question while you're here. Does anyone find... See, because sometimes when I'm lacking inspiration, I will do the same idea in a different genre. I'll show you a couple of examples here. Because this one of these released recently. I get to sample claim copyright strike myself. So I did this track called Stay With Me. Actually, let me get the... obviously, you can hear the arpeggio is a direct influence from the Stranger Things theme. It's not note for note, it's just chords 6 and 1 on an 80s sounding synth. That thing.
I want you around, I want you here. You are the one to take away my fear.
So I was speaking with DJ Clips, my manager, Johnny, and he said the tech house polymetric, we called it, the one from the Can I Finish a Loop in 30 Minutes video, that track went out and it did rather well compared to the average. and he said, "Can we take the arpeggio from that Stay With Me track and put it on that template and see what happens?" So I was like, "Of course." So I did that and put that on the tech house. It's actually an Adana Twins plot. I think I was referencing Adana Twins, which is kind of almost, it was more trance than tech house, but the way mine came out was near a tech. But now it's got an ARP on it. Does that make it trance again? I don't know. Anyway, it sounds like this. Oh yeah, I used a different vocal for that one. Let me show you the instrumental. That kind of vibe. And then while I was there, I thought, why don't I actually do... Because Ableton comes with a built-in Lindrum sample, which is one of the original drum machines. So why don't I actually do a proper 80s version as well? Get the Tal chorus out, because that was a model of the old Juno chorus. So my question is that valuable to anyone in terms of like a video on how to start ideas, get ideas together, things like that, trying things in different genres? Or is it much more valuable because you guys are more kind of genre dependent and fixed in certain genres? Yes, synthwave. I even did the classic slap echo on the vocals. Where's the vocal? There we go. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think it's useful. I just don't know how to frame the video. Like, I always try to solve a particular problem in a video. So yeah, I always try to solve a problem in a video, and obviously that determines the title of it and the thumbnail and the reason someone would click on it in the first place. So I'll think about that, if that sounds useful. What did I miss there at the top? Page doesn't think the camera's important. I need to change those toms, don't I? They're not 80s enough. I need to find the Simmons. Do I have Simmons toms? I must have. There we go. I just use the ones built into the Lindrum. There's the classic 80s. Need to get some of those in there. Someone did ask about drum fills, actually. There's a couple of people asked now. I still don't know how to make that video either. Because I used to play in bands a lot, so it's very instinctive for me. I think listening to a lot of rock helps. But all my drum fills are... They've all got stupid names like... Flats in Dagenham for the do-do-do-do-do. Things like that. Or Put It in a Hat Box. Do-do-do-do-do. Those kind of fills. And if you could play drums, it makes sense. But I don't know if it makes an EDM video very palatable. I've still yet to think about how to do drum fills in dance music, how I would teach it. But yeah, good to know cross-genre thing would help some people. Caesar. Oh, yeah. Techno drums are different than deep house. Yeah, melody. Okay, so actually, Caesar's kind of... sorry, forgive me if I'm messing your name up there, by the way. Mr. Morera. Sorry. I don't know how the accent above the E is pronounced. What in your dialect? Forgive my raw Northern English pronunciation. But Caesar says techno drums are different to deep house. What he was saying earlier about the different drum balances and things like that. So that actually comes around to, I suppose, the genre crossing question in general, actually. I could do a video on differences between certain ingredients like drums, or how because there are some traits, right? The synth, like you find different synth sounds in trance than you do in house and stuff like that. Commonalities, obviously not all the time, but I could do things like that. Yeah, what the differences are between house and techno drums and deep house drums, and yeah, we could do something like that. Carl asks, what are your thoughts on soft hard clippers on individual instruments, not just when mastering? So this is the clip to zero philosophy, right? A few people confused my method I was talking about in the how to not master your tracks video. A few people confused that with the clip to zero method, which is going round. And it's not the same at all, no. No, because what you do, if you clip your individual instruments before they go to the master bus, A, completely unnecessary because you're in the 32-bit domain. If you're doing it to try and save level for mastering, it's actually counterintuitive. It does the opposite. So if you clip all your individual elements and then go to mastering, what you've done is just introduced a bunch of messy, non-harmonic distortion, which is what clipping is. It's non-musical distortion on all of your individual elements, and all those distortions now get mixed together to get re-distorted when it clips at the master. So you end up clipping the clipping, which is an absolute mess and always sounds worse in my experiments. I've never found that to work, because what I'm doing when I clip the master is just well, obviously I'm ignoring some digital traits about the red light we went over in that video, because it's not always the truth, so to speak. What you're seeing is not what you're hearing. That was the principle of that video. So I'm letting digital do some stuff, and I'm ignoring the red light. So I'm not purposely clipping for like volume or anything. But if you let the transients, the thing that makes a loud track anyway is the dynamics of your track, right? So, you know, when you've heard the saying, if everything's loud, nothing can be loud. So it's not the absolute volume of your track that makes it sound like a loud track. It's the fact that elements are punching you in the face compared to other elements which sound further back. You have to have that contrast, and you get that with transients mostly, and some obviously balance decisions. If you just let the transients be healthy, if you pick transient healthy drums in the first place that aren't pre-clipped, or that's the other thing, a lot of your samples might be pre-clipped and then you're trying to re-clip them. So there's all these compounding problems. If you don't have an ear for it and you're just guessing and clipping stuff because you're trying to search for volume, it's always going to end in a mess. It's going to be far messier than just not. If you let your healthy transients come through all the way until the master track, and then the only things that clip are those super fast transients which are inaudible to us anyway, as opposed to letting them hit a limiter, then that to me sounds a million times better than pre-clipping every element. So no, I don't like the clip to zero method. I don't agree with it. I don't think it works. But that's something I didn't really put across well in my how not to master your tracks video was still the prerequisite that I have been doing this a very long time. And in that video I mentioned I kind of discovered the method when I was mixing a hip-hop album. That hip-hop album, let me find the track. I actually linked to it in the video. Let me bring my videos back up. I found it on SoundCloud. How to not master your tracks. Where are we? Where are we? Am I blind? Oh, yes, sorry, it's right there. I keep thinking it was happening with the thumbnail that said that. So let me find a link. So what year was, I think this track was, how far back was it? There it is, Leader of the Highway by the Sonics. No. Right, so this track, 9 years ago. Still sounds pretty good. Curtis Young, by the way, Dr. Dre's son.
Rappers and I beat them all, never be an even draw. Think this between me and y'all, I'm getting it.
What a privilege. Yeah, we actually got to work with one of Dre's engineers on that called Focus. He helped us with a lot of tips. But yeah, so I discovered that clipping thing like 9 years ago. So I've had 9 years head start on developing an ear for getting that to work. So whenever you think about those kind of things, just bear in mind it still takes a lot of ear training. You can't just go into the red and it'll be fine. It is good. It's still good practice to pay attention to the red light, because if you're in, especially if you're not in a great environment, like for example, clipping is a lot easier to detect on headphones than oh, hang on, we've got the error again. Has everyone lost the screen? Let me play the music in the background so you can hear we're still on. Andrew can't get the stream to load on telly or phone. Oh, Stefan says you're working? Okay, Jake. Yeah, okay. People can still see. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Corey's working. I did get the error again because I think whenever I load another Chrome tab, like I did just then to show you the hip hop track, the error comes up on when I go back to the live stream page. Where were we? Anyway, yes, so clip to zero, I don't agree with, but I'm sure there's popular tracks out there that have used it. There's no right or wrong in art. This is the whole Western school system has trained you to memorize correct answers to absolute questions. That are yes or no. There are right and wrong answers, and we are graded as such. The school system was built for to to get kids into factories, by the way. Still not changed. But that's a story for another day. But unfortunately, that mentality carries through to adulthood, and when you're making scary stuff like your own music and trying to show it to the world, the kind of defaults kick in. You get scared because you want to know if it's right or wrong, and there's just no such thing. So I'm sure click to zero works for some people. I don't prefer it to what I have going on with my methods, but like I say, I've got 9 years head start on that. So maybe if I've been doing click to zero for 9 years, it would sound better than if I tried not clipping to zero for the first time. So it's one of those things. If you find it interesting and think it can work for you, go for it. But my experiments have shown I don't think it works best compared to just letting the master breathe. Again, because I talked about, the scientific reason would be because of inharmonic distortion. So you're kind of compounding inharmonic distortion on inharmonic distortion. Now that's actually probably a good thing if you're going for extreme dubstep like Mr. Bill, some of the more raucous genres. You deliberately want that off-sounding digital clip, then aesthetically you might benefit. Or, if you're making funk has a lot of inherent distortion in all the sounds, so it's an aesthetic thing. But if you're talking about purely in terms of sound quality, if you want to call it that, then no, I don't think click to zero works as well as just clipping the master. But again, you need lots of ear training to get it right, and preferably a good monitoring environment to speed up that ear training. I hope that answered your question. Can we do a video? FDM asks, can we maybe do a video about delays one day? Most of the time I feel like I am not in control of the returns, especially on long delay times. I'm always amazed at what Eric Prydz does with his delays. I have a delay video. Did you watch it? I kind of went the musical angle on understanding what rhythms complement other rhythms and therefore what to set your delay times to. Let me know, FDM, if you saw my delay video. The other thing is I don't use delay returns. My sessions don't have any return tracks in them. Yeah, VSX headphones apparently are very good. Not cheap, but if you haven't got the monitoring environment, it's probably the cheapest way to get a good monitoring environment. From what I've heard. The thing is, I've heard good things from both engineers that I do respect and don't respect. But it's always been glowing praise from every angle, so they're probably good. I do like Slate's plugins in general. Yeah, FDM. Oh, you haven't seen it. Okay. So yeah, just watch the delay video. It's a bit old now, but it's thorough. It should give you a kind of rhythmic grounding for why and when you're using your delays. There's other sound design things with delay which aren't necessarily musical. Like, you know, like the slap delay I put in that vocal was not a musical rhythm. It's just very, very fast. In this 80s example. Well, I've got two delays on there. You can hear I've got the slap, which is the kind of early reflection on the main vocal. You get that by just having one repeat, maybe like a 80 or 100 milliseconds behind. That's not a musical value. You just want that dud-it, 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 that quick slap. That's what they used to get from the old tape delays. And then I have an accent on the word now, which is a quarter note delay, and that's specifically chosen as a tape delay, using variety of sounds, nasty delay, because it does that weird phasey thing when the tape kind of flanges on itself. Getting all technical now, but yes, yeah. You only really need. I categorize delays sonically into two categories. You've got tape, and you've got not tape. So delay by 6 sample, the free. This covers all your needs except tape. Play with this because it gives you milliseconds, i.e. not on grid, normal, on grid, triplets. We can't show this unless we have the click going, but and then what's called dotted rhythms. If you don't understand triplets and dotted rhythms, it's all gone over in my delay video. That's just a normal music terminology, and I explain everything in that video. And then your next most important parameters are removing the lows and highs from the repeats so they don't get in the way of the main sound. That pushes them to the back. And this delay lets you do all kinds of other stuff, like obviously ping pong, which is just bouncing between left and right. Be careful doing stereo things with dance music, because you still need it to work in a club. But if it's just aesthetically, it's not crucial to the rhythm, you can kind of do what you like. We have modulation, which makes the timing go a bit askew. Which is good again for differentiating it from the main sound. And this one actually has a diffusion amount in it, which basically turns it into a reverb. A pure delay is completely undiffused. It's what we call correlated sound. It's directly related to the source sound, and therefore can be confused with it and mixed up with it, and is not good for too much of that. Is too much correlated sound is why you get messy mixes, because things are fighting. So uncorrelated, we're like pushing it to the back of the room where it's had time to bounce off a couple of walls and absorb some frequencies, etc. Yeah, so it's just a good delay. If you play around with 6 sample long enough, you will get a feel for your delay options, basically, because it covers them all apart from tape. And tape is different because it can do feedback loops. This is a test of a good virtual analog delay. You shouldn't even need to put anything in, and it will do that. It's all in the way things feed back on itself. So, hard to explain without going into the science of tape and what a flange and capstan is, and transformer modeling and a bunch of other stuff. This one does it really well. Another freebie by Variety of Sound. But anyone who's watched the stream before will have watched me wax lyrical about that delay. But those are the main kind of things. It's what you're thinking about, the rhythmic aspect of it and the aesthetic aspect of it. So, and usually, if it's background ambience, you want to be taking out low and high frequencies. There we go. Sorry, that's the pure tape delay. We had the other one on. The way that decays and filters out is very different from a non-tape delay. Because these filters are just kind of on the output. They don't contribute to the feedback circuit. It doesn't decay in tone as it decays in volume, if you know what I mean. It's a different thing. And yes, you can't do the feedback thing with that one. It will just do a digital repeats forever if you turn the feedback up. Nothing changes about the repeats. It's just like re-triggering a sample forever. That's what most delays are like, whereas a tape delay will actually decay and change as it repeats. Let me get a similar time going here. Effectively turning into noise. The character is very different. So yeah, between those two delays, as long as you get your timing knowledge down off my video, and yeah, lots of automation, by the way, as well. Lots of automation. If you're wondering how Eric Prydz gets all that kind of stuff done, it's lots of automation. Can you create an old school classic acid house track so we can see how it's done? We'll have to do a video on acid house. Yes. Did you see my video on Josh Wink recreating that sound? Because there'll be a lot of that in there. I actually did it recently with I was experimenting with, now this isn't old school acid, but it's got the sound in there. I think it was this. Yeah, here we go. Wake up, drive. Come on, drive. Right. Here we go. Bring over the sound. So there's a few aspects to acid. Yeah, we will do a video on this, by the way. Because it's not just the sound, it's obviously the quirks of the 303. And then there's different eras of acid. Like, so I regard, what became the Sandstorm sound. I consider that an acid sound. What was Mogwai's track called? You know the one. People know the one, right? I think it's just acid, wasn't it? Acid. Anyway, let me talk you through. Yeah, it's not just the sound. It's not just the 303 and what came afterwards. It's kind of how it's programmed. So here I grabbed a free Max for Live sequencer because I just wanted to hit random until I got a good sequence. Oh. And it's broken. Alright, that'll do. Obviously, you can see I've used Vital. You don't have to use Vital. There's some great 303 emulators out there. But we know the 303 can only do saw or square, and as I showed in my Josh Wink video, the square isn't very square because of the cheap way they achieved making that waveform. But yeah, your main parameters are your frequency envelope, frequency amount, filter frequency, and the correct type of filter to give you that resonance. Vital has the correct diode filter built right, and you can also use the ladder filter from the Moogs. That will do the correct, what I call scream, bark. But the next important factor is getting your tube screamer on. Throw it through a guitar pedal, because most of them were, or clip it. Let me show you how that sounds without. So the older you go back, like, I'm trying to think of some of the early acid, LFO, LFO. I don't think it's that distorted. They seem to get more distorted over the years. But in general, the further back you go, the less kind of, the less the 303 is messed with. So it sounds a lot more purer like that. That's more of I think the the free Echo Soundworks core tables have, there's a 303 saw built in. They don't have the square. Like I say, some of the lines are down to how they were programmed, because if you've seen a real 303, it's just the buttons, and if you're not musically inclined, which a lot of early techno producers weren't, you're just kind of pressing buttons and you're pressing and guessing, and you get these great random lines from this inbuilt sequencer. Because it's not a very intuitive. The real one isn't a very intuitive device to use. It was actually created to replace bass guitar players. It's supposed to sound like a real bass. That was its job, and it failed miserably. It flopped. So they ended up in second-hand shops for no money at all. I saw one interview with one of the famous techno producers. I can't remember who it was. I think they got theirs for $40 from the equivalent of a cash converters back then. I'm not sure what they were called. Dollar store type. Obviously in Detroit. And it ends up making that ridiculous noise. Yeah, so grab the free Build Your Own Distortion, because it's got the Tube Screamer module built in. I preceded it by trying to poke some 500 through it. Yeah, it's not letting me now. Why can't I adjust any of this? Oh, it's off. It's off. Oh, I turned it off. I didn't find it worth it in the end. But, take this mad reverb off. Speaking of delays, let's get delay going. Because most of these lines are just 16th sequences. That'll do. Delay. So depending on who you talk to and which producers you're respecting more, some of the sound comes from this random sequencing from the pressing and guessing, which is why I've grabbed this free sequencer. Because it's actually really hard for me to second guess what a non-musician would do. So anything with a random button is really, really, really helpful to me, because it's kind of a curse you can't undo. You think about things in terms of chords and notes because you know all the scales and the chords by now. So you think too linearly sometimes. I'm going to put a ping pong on 16th. After distortion. There we go. Forgot my distortion with mono. But yeah, that's just the delay I showed you earlier by 6 sample, by the way. Like I say, it will do every job apart from tape. We don't need tape for this necessarily. Obviously, you can, no problem. But yeah, it's down to 10 lanes of automation, playing with your resonance. And this envelope amount, your filter frequency, of course, the timing on your envelopes, obviously depending on your dependent on your note lengths. You don't necessarily have to have a 16th sequence. You could write your own. But yeah, I think that, you know, the rest of the track obviously is its own conversation. What that kind of line fits over and things like that. But yeah, we'll have to do a video on acid. Obviously, it's a significant part of the early history of dance. I've just not really got my references together yet for the. I think LFO is definitely one of the oldest ones. LFO. Is Corey says the Sting Max for Live device is a lot of fun for acid lines. Free as well. Okay. I'll check that out. Sting. Is it it's a sequencer, right? Got to love a repurposed flop. Yes. Well, they were all repurposed flops, right? The 808, 909, and 303. I don't think they were commercially successful at all. Because the poor engineers at the time are obviously trying to aim for a real drum sound or a real instrument sound, because no one's thinking in terms of changing the world with electronic music. It's incredible how the culture transforms the intended use of a device. And I'm sure we're about to see that with AI very soon. It's a random sequence generator. Good. Yeah, Sting. Okay, I'll check that out. That looks good. Yeah, the other track I was trying to think of, what they call Modern Acid, I'm sure was just called Acid by Benny Benassi. No, it's not Benny Benassi. I'm sure it's Mogwai. Let me just bring this up. They ripped it off for the original Blade film. That one. It is Acid. Acid with 3 eyes. Yeah, so you've got that era of acid. God, that sounds slow now, doesn't it? Early days of spinning, everyone. 9 years ago. If we've got the stream error, it's because I brought up another tab. There is already a plugin which uses AI to match any sample with a virtual instrument. Yes, I think you're talking about Synplant. which I've been using all week. I'm still on my trial, but I'm probably going to buy it because it's going to save a lot of time, sound design wise. Sorry, Synplant by Sonic Charge. Synplant 2 specifically. 10 years in the making. Now, I don't know if you've used it in anger yet, Mr. Disco Lotus. Yes, the track from Blade. It's not actually the track from Blade, but it's that's what was ripped off for the Blade soundtrack by the composer. Yes, it's actually a different track, but that's the one I was thinking of. But Darude Sandstorm is also what I'd consider another type of acid sound. So it changed from the 303 thing to just basically heavily distorted squares with. They're almost organ in nature because they have that extra fifth at the top, which I talked about in my organ bass video. They have a fifth harmonic, which seems to be present in most of them. But anyway, yes, Synplant is fantastic. If you have, you can even do it with a kick drum, or but if you've got a synth sound which you want to recreate. Actually, is there anything in my? Let me just grab. Do you have any exposed? Just for me to. Probably not. No. Anyway, let's just grab, for example, a bass one shot. This plugin will potentially change the world. It really will. Bass. Let's grab. What's in the old Funk Investigation pack? Oh, it's all sub. Give me something interesting. Mark Nuts were all subby, weren't they? Vengeance. Oh, I'll tell you what. Yeah. So, Kashmir will have some raucous kind of. There we go. Plucks, growls, this kind of thing. So if you really like this sound, whoops. You drag it into here. Let's turn on our track. It unfortunately can only handle mono, but the stream might die temporarily while this has a very hard think. But it uses AI to kind of figure out how to reverse engineer that with its very, very limited synth engine. And you can listen to its attempts. Further up it goes, the more confident it gets. So you get some wonderful happy accidents low down. So it's not got that one very close. But underneath this is just a two oscillator. Let's say we're happy with that one for now. Underneath is just a two oscillator FM synthesizer, really. It's kind of semi-wavetable, but not really. You can look at your envelopes. There's your two oscillators, and there's some effects, obviously a filter and a clipper. And you can change it if you want to adjust any of that when it's done. So you can actually make it behave like a synth with your automation stuff. And then this whole area is like an evolution. You can grow branches to find out what sound direction it takes it in. And if you like that, you can then replant it in the middle. And now you have that sound as your new main bass. Or you can just go back if you think your original was better. But yeah, it's going to speed up. It's going to speed up sound design tremendously. Gunther, hello. Which additive synth lets you bring in samples? Because that would be the more thorough way to do it, isn't it? Yes, you would do it harmonic by harmonic. Oh, was the Blade film New Order? I didn't know that. Do we still have streaming, by the way? I have another error message. YouTube's not doing well tonight, is it? Oh, Alchemy in Logic Pro. It can reverse engineer sounds in this manner. That's cool, if true. If that's what you meant. I mean, sorry. I don't mean I doubt it's true. I mean, if that's what you meant. Streaming is fine. Cool. Oh, it says various artists. The New Order. Interesting. They might have had to include Mogwai on the credits. I wonder if any phone calls happened. It's a bit close. You can pull any sample into the additive engine in Alchemy in Logic Pro. Cool. The more you know. I'm hoping Simplant 3 will be additive then. Because obviously FM does limit this. There's plenty of sounds it cannot recreate. And struggles to do so. But usually end up creating lots of cool sounds along the way. Trying to force it to make something. The more complex the sound, the more it struggles with. Like, I don't think it will get... You know, I don't think it would get any of the growls. You could just sample that, couldn't you? Track done. Find a splice techno kick on the, and you there's your track. Hit record. Oh, too late. Damn, where's my kick drums? I've downloaded a bunch of there we go. Just stick one of those kicks under it and you've got your track. Will I break it if I do this while it's thinking? There's only one way to find out. If the stream goes down, you know what's happened. Oh, we finished. Yeah, as I thought. There's the original. That's kind of alright. If you need a car engine sound for a computer game, you've got that. Like I say, it creates some tremendous noises on the way to trying to figure it out. Like I said, techno, instant techno, done. Yeah, it really struggles with complex sounds because it's not a complex synth under the hood. It's just, like I say, 2 oscillator FM, which does, FM synthesis is tremendously complicated with just 2 oscillators, but yeah, it has its limitations. But regardless, it is tremendous fun for sound design because you can still play around. So it turns out noisier. It looks like noisier were time travelers, right? They must have had this synth all along, and this is how they made all their sounds. Because none of us knew what noise you were doing. I have to admit that. I'm glad nobody asked me to ever do noisier on the sound design challenge. Some of their basses are just ridiculous. But now we know. They just went forward in time, bought Simplant 2, and didn't tell anyone. Yeah, I agree, Gunther. It's great for finding happy accidents. Pig growling, yes. Disco, I am thinking of building a AI machine learning plugin. What do you think Simplant lacks? What would be most useful? Well, if you know what Gunther says is possible, the way I would do this would be FFT reverse analysis, which is effectively what I presume Alchemy is doing in its additive engine. Because if you can, FFT spectrums like this, what you're essentially getting back is a readout of 20,000 sine waves, okay? It's reversed engineered the harmonic components of the sound. So all sound really is harmonic content over time. So if you can measure that as an FFT spectrum like Span can, and then reconvert that back into sine waves, therefore additive synthesis, you would be able to get more sounds more accurately than Simplant could. Simplant's definite genius is in this growing thing. I like anything that encourages happy accidents, because when you're faced with, well, I'm fine in Vital because I've been programming synthesizers for over decades, but other than presets and turning random knobs, if you don't know how synthesis works, this isn't a very creative environment. Well, I'll tell a lie. Of all the synths that operate like this, because of its ridiculously easy-to-use nature, it's probably the better of any other synth. But Simplant's, that whole growing branches thing is, I think, a great way of doing it, because you don't really know what's going on under the hood. And nor should you. You're just using your ears. You're like, oh, I like what it's doing over there. Let me start again with that sound now. And you can just... The serendipity... Excuse me. That wasn't me. That was a synth. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah, I like the serendipity of that. It's fantastic. what it doesn't seem to do on the analysis side of things is get the pitch correct. It'd be nice to have a name scan, like this has got F built in, so when I build this in, I shouldn't have to correct the tuning. It should already know that that's an F, and then let me play that sound on F. Whereas what happens in Synplant is, correct tuning on. Is that because? Let me just double check this. Last I used it, I thought I had that turned on, and it was like a sampler. It just placed it on C3 at its original pitch. So I was pressing C and getting F, which is a problem. So I would, unless that's what this feature is for, maybe I'm using it the wrong way around. We need to give it an easy sound, don't we? That would lead to an overwhelming number of parameters to tweak. Yes, it would. I mean, you just wouldn't give them full harmonic control. You'd have to do some, just like global macros over, general brightness, envelopes, attack envelopes and things like that. I think that would be cool. And maybe macros for random directions. Yeah, you wouldn't give them the parameters of what's going on underneath. Yeah, there's a lot to be said for UI design as well. You need to hide a lot of the inner workings from the user, I think, in terms of productive music making tools anyway, which I think this does really well. Well, I wanted to test the pitch feature, but the pitch... None of these have pitch. Let's find a normal sound. Let's go back to that Kashmir pack with not the growls. There we go, that should do. Let's go back. So this is a B. Let's see if it plays back and on B. Oh, we need to run our techno kick. Well, it comes up with noises. Oh, I know we're near faster for techno, aren't we? Oh, is it done already? Oh, okay. Doesn't matter what it is, as long as it's got pitch. Right, let's check this out now. So has this got... Oh. Okay, ignore that feature. I was just using it the wrong way around. That is indeed a B. So it's working. Yep. Yep, it's on pitch. That's what I wanted. But yeah, I would like to see an FFT reverse analysis into an additive engine. Well, I presume that's just what Alchemy is doing. But yeah, Gunther says it's not perfect. Well, I don't think it ever would be. Apparently my YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. That'll be Synplant. Let me just delete that. Everything okay at your end? Peeps? I will answer. What questions have I missed? Well, lots of them. Hippo Hypo Games asks, is it better to add a sub-track for kick or bass for solid low end? Also thoughts on splitting bass across 2 or 3 synths with a crossover. Yes. I did that in my bass processing video. I know it was based around tech house, but I do it for every genre. I like to have separate control over the pure sub, which is I just have a sine wave on the lowest octave at the fundamental. And then I process an upper bass, which is crossed over, usually. You can remove the fundamental frequencies in a wavetable synth, but it depends on how you need to process that sound. Sometimes you still need the fundamental in there, especially distortion. You have to leave it in there, so it's better to cross it over afterwards. And yes, I went over in that video where to cross over because the key of the track matters. So yes, I always split my basses. I don't split them 3 ways. I don't do a lot of layering like that in general. I don't layer kicks for that reason as well. It gets very messy. But just your sub bass versus your upper bass is fine, crossed over at the correct frequency depending on the key. Cedric wants to know, why is there so little key changes in EDM? Great question. My short answer wants to be drugs. Probably. You mean, why is it not more jazzy? I think, well, if it's not just, are you talking about chord changes or key changes? Is your wording specific there? Yeah, let me know if you mean actual key change. Hippo Games, both kick and bass have their own sub. No, just the bass usually. You don't really the fact of the it's kind of genre dependent, but in general, you don't want to be messing around with multiple subs in a track. Have a look at my tuning kicks video, both of them. That will help you out. And look at my bass processing video for Tech House, regardless of what genre you're in, because the principles are all the same. I just have to put a genre on the video so people click on it. Drugs is always the short answer. Correct. So Cedric is being specific with key. Why don't we change? It's not just EDM that's lacking key changes. I think all music eventually, in a lot of pop music, we used to have the modulation at the end. What I call the boy band kick the stool back moment, where the last chorus goes up a key for that lift. They kind of got rid of that. That was like the most basic key change you would get in pop music. That seems to have gone away. And other than your classical and jazz genres, I don't hear a lot of key changes in any other genres, to be honest. So yeah, key modulations. Obviously, we have multitonal, which is technically key modulation. Well, no, it's not. It's mode modulation, isn't it? The multitonal thing that I showed him a Deadmau5 video. But yeah, it's an emotional thing. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. There's accidental key modulations, like in Jackie Body. The original, is it Jackie Body? I think modulates key by a fourth. Just because the samples, but it's very much press and guess kind of territory, just because the samples all happen to work together and the bass changes key by the end of the track. But I don't think that's a purposeful kind of key change, as it were. It's a good question. You should be the one to, that could be your brand, Cedric. Get making more modulations in key modulations in in EDM. See what kind of. I'm just trying to think of the emotions you're trying to manipulate whilst you would change key, because obviously the lift by changing key upwards by a tone or so kind of thing, that can be interesting, but in pop music it's just regarded as very cheesy, isn't it? So what would it look like in dance music? And could you send people really under in techno if you kept modulating downwards? That'd be interesting. Maybe the ketamine crowd would love key changes downwards. Oh yes, key changes are still prevalent in all of Eurovision. Correct, Hendrix, yes. Good point. They haven't died off completely. But yeah, it's a great question. Great question. We should try it. If I get time for a video, modulating key changes in dance music. 127. Let me just quickly live experiment right here. Let's grab. Because I know why there's not chord changes. I suppose that would come under the same. You know, the harder genres don't change chords. They're what we call on the one. They stick on the one. Because that's that hypnotic thing, right? You don't want. And also, it sounds tough and not moving in terms of lots of harmony. And if it's got harmony, sometimes it's what we call pedal harmony, where the bass doesn't change, but some chords are implied over the top. There's another reason I wanted to cover "Can You Feel It" by Mr. Fingers, because that's a great example of pedal harmony, what we call pedal harmony. But yeah, interesting. Would you? Yeah. So like, you would drop in one key. Let's modulate by a semitone. I like it. It's kind of intense. Yeah, you make a new one, as it were. What does people think? What do people think? Philip Glass. Well, yes, Philip Glass will be changing key. That's not, yeah. I mean, it's, you know what version of EDM should be changing key would be progressive, right? For some reason, progressive EDM isn't very progressive. Progressive house, etc. just tends to mean big room melody with chords, but not really. They're effectively pop tracks, right? They're not. That should be the genre to, you know, like prog rock changes time signature and changes key a lot. Not necessarily to great effect, but yeah, interesting. I wonder if it is because it's an emotional, you know, more. That's all music's emotional, isn't it? I don't know what I'm trying to say, but it's more about emotional experience than some of these genres which are musical for the sake of being musical, right? I used to be a music snob. I loved everything by any band that would change time signature, like Yes or you know, that kind of thing. But ELO was a particular favorite of mine growing up when I was very young. The Electric Light Orchestra. Pretty sure he changes key a fair bit. But yes, I wonder if it's because you need to be in a certain. The point of the music is you're trying to keep people in a certain kind of space, emotionally, groove. So as long as you manipulate key with that in mind, I don't see anything wrong with it fundamentally. Interesting question. Thank you, Cedric. What a thought experiment. Oh, Gunther says Stimming's key changing in a track called Sunday Morning. Interesting. Let's have a look. I'm going to open another tab at the risk of my stream going weird. Bear with me. It always feels like a risk. We've already been copyrighted at this point, I'm sure, so bringing up another track is not going to be a problem. "13 years ago." Has he been going that long? No way. Oh. Well, it's already atonal, isn't it? Because you're led to believe in the intro that the doom doom doom. I suppose it's technically a drum, but that would be for me 571 in or is it 134? Oops, I'm pressing the wrong play button. Oh, no, it's 145 in D sharp. Kind of, in my mind. But then the track that comes in is not in D sharp. What the hell is that? Yeah, this is what we would call atonal. Really in a scale. Is that in A? Yeah, they're a tritone apart. Interesting drum tom choice. That's A. The bass is implying A. Oh, here we go. Oh, right. Yeah. And we still got A in the string. A and E. Oh. Yeah, it's modular, this. It's not, The piano's me, by the way. Just trying to figure out the chords. Oh, we go back to A. Yeah. Yeah, that's technically not a key change. It just goes to kind of a Dorian place for a second on the F sharp, then back into the key with the. It's technically all A, but that tom, for me, the tom is not A, so it's. I would call that a bitonal track. As in both keys at once, D sharp and A. Yeah, I would call that bitonal. Do I have any book recommendations to learn music theory? Wow. Good question. No, I don't. I got the very fundamentals from school. You know, what is a key and all that kind of stuff, and then I just ran with it myself after that. It's all pretty much self-taught. I mean, I went to uni, but I dropped out of uni. It wasn't teaching me much. Probably the wrong course, but the chord wheel is the ultimate tool for musicians. I hope there's not a book called The Chord Wheel, is there? I don't actually like the chord wheel. It's kind of helpful in certain respects, but I think it gives people the wrong ideas. Well, it's a circle of fifths wheel, so it makes you think in fifths and fourths, which is very obviously they're related, but yeah, I don't know. I've never used it personally. Like, I don't. Maybe it's because I already developed my ear before I discovered the circle of fifths. It might be just because of that. So I can't personally use it to my advantage, and I can't imagine why someone with less knowledge, how they would take advantage of it, and I can't put myself in those shoes. But theory books, you could probably do worse than Rick Beato's stuff. He's always running massive sales on his course. He's a complete music snob. I don't agree with a lot of what he says because he doesn't think holistically. He's like hell-bent on everything being harmony. If it's not got nice chords, he's not interested. And I used to be like that, but, you kind of, if you work in lots of other genres, I'm not surprised to find out he's a rock guy originally, because rock breeds a lot of music snobs like that. But when you work in lots of other genres like dance and hip hop, and if you look at music holistically as an emotional experience or as a communication tool for artists, then chords are just one aspect. They're fascinating to study on their own, but he's got a very zoomed in view and opinion of the music world. He did a great video. Well, great video in its because it was ironic for me. He said how I would have produced Drake, and I think he composed new chords for a Drake track, and said that's how he would have done it. And I was just thinking to myself, well, then Drake wouldn't have been famous if you produced him, because he completely missed the point of the music. So, whatever. Well, I suppose the moral tale of the story is whatever music course you end up finding, just make sure you keep a global perspective on things when you get lost in the rabbit hole of music harmony theory. Because, yeah, I love my theory, but it's it's just one tool in your arsenal to be able to communicate an emotional experience. So, but yeah, I think Rick Beato, from a harmony perspective, Rick Beato is absolutely solid. Or you could watch videos by 12 Tone. His channel's great. Adam Neely is another great one. I don't know if they have courses, but it's a 320-page book. Yeah. Yeah, Rick Beato's not very much out of his comfort zone in anything that's not rock and pop. That's why I started the channel, because everyone discussing harmony was either fully academic, like fully into jazz world and classical world, all the Italian and Greek terms, and tremolo, accelerando, and blah, blah, blah. And obviously I've been there. That's kind of how all music education, formal music education, is effectively classical education. They don't tell you that. And that's why it doesn't translate to the real world, really. But yes. So you have to be just very... I started the channel because I was like, I'm making a living from dance music and understanding why dance music translates to real people in the real world. And it's obviously harmony's part of that in some genres. Well, harmony is part of all music in a sense, but yeah, I figured I'd got a good grasp on the bits that were important to tell people and the bits that aren't, which is like 95% of music theory. So yeah, just be aware if you're learning music theory. Oh, it's only 20 pages, right? Sorry. Yeah, that sounds a lot better. But if you are learning music theory, just keep that in mind. It's like it will be music theory as a whole. It won't be music theory as it relates to dance music. No one's done a book on that as far as I'm aware, or a course, which is why I started the channel. That was kind of my entire aim, to help music people just know the important bits, which, there isn't that much of it. Once you get your chord theory out of the way and what a key and a mode is, a key and a scale. Modes are just scales with fancy names. That's how I see them anyway. I've had a few people disagree with me on that one, but yeah. Hook theory. Do they have a book? Because their website's great. That's kind of more popular music focused, isn't it? Which does translate a lot to dance. I think DJs make excellent producers. Did you see my video on what's your? Is this a name that I can say that's not numbers? Like, are the 9s supposed to be letters? But I know certain people from the Middle East spell their name with numbers because they have no equivalent characters in English, but they do make English sounds. Like, there's a Rocket League player called RW9, which is pronounced Roas. So, Mr. 2919998T, how do I pronounce your name, or is it just that? Do I think DJs make better producers? Well, better. They make better dance producers than pop producers or other producers. But they're very suited to a producer role. Yes, I went over that in my I called it "You Are Not a Producer" was the video. Unfortunately, the sound mix on that video is appalling, so you might have to struggle through it. But yes, I made my feelings very clear about how DJs make great producers, because they are looking at the crowd most of the time. The job of a DJ is to judge the crowd's audience's reaction, and you can't have a better position for a producer, in my opinion. People don't really, when people say producer, they don't really say it with the same definition that I intend, which is the old definition of someone who makes global decisions for the benefit of the audience, typically. And DJs are great for that, because if you don't know anything about a chord and you don't know anything about how to program a compressor or blah blah blah, you are making emotional decisions on the music alone, which is the perfect role for a producer. It's very important to have one if you can find one, because trying to do that yourself is nigh impossible, because you're acting as the artist most of the time. You're acting as the creator. You're thinking about your chords, your grooves, your personal preferences on sound design, and it's just nigh impossible to zoom out and make the global decisions which a producer would. Like deleting a whole section of track that took you 3 weeks. A producer can hear that that's not necessary, because they're thinking of they're looking at the big picture, and they've got fresh ears, usually, and it's really hard to do that when you're just one person. So I think DJs make great producers, because especially if they're not musical or not technical. It puts them at a great advantage. ADV Music says, I think theory limits you after learning it. Your channel has helped me tenfold. Thank you. Yes, thanks, ADV. It's one of those things. It's like perfect pitch. It's a blessing and a curse. Like, I can't listen to music, and haven't done since the age of probably, I think I figured it out by the age of 16. After the age of 16, my ear training was, like, in terms of what's known as relative pitch, was practically complete. So everything I hear, I can hear the pitch of on first listen. So when I'm listening to music, it's all pitches and rhythms and stuff. It's automatically translated in my brain. I can't not do that. That's just what happens. So that's actually why I got into rock music, because I grew up on, my early days of school were, Prodigy and the whole happy hardcore scene and rave, and I was a little wannabe raver. And when I'd figured out all the chords and thing, I almost lost interest a little bit for a while because, no musical variety. And then I heard Metallica and something about heavily distorted guitars. I couldn't tell what the pitch was for a while. So I would just tap my foot to the music, and I noticed that's the first time I would just listen to music emotionally. So I really got into rock for a while because I couldn't tell what was going on in terms of pitch. And then I figured that out too, because I learned how to play the guitar. And then, ever since then, I've been able to hear every single pitch. And it's like you say, when you learn something, it's hard to, it's another reason I circling back to whoever asked for feedback earlier, it's another reason I don't give feedback that much, because if you would just want my opinion on a track, it's got to be heavily biased to things that don't matter, like interesting chords. Like, I love listening to Tool, bands like Tool and things like that, because there's always going to be some interesting timing thing in there or harmony thing. I'm actually working on a dance track which is influenced by Tool, but things like that, yeah, that's kind of some of where my personal preference leans. So I'm terrible as a critic, because unless I'm in producer mode and I'm trying to think of the bigger picture in the audience, in terms of whether I like a track or not, not emotionally, but in terms of its composition, shall we say, I'm heavily biased to certain things because I can already hear pitches. So if it's not complex and testing me, I'm less interested naturally. So I'm a terrible producer of dance music. I have to bounce off other people for that usually. And it's no accident. Everyone I ghostwrite for, I went over the production process of ghostwriting in my producer video, but when I've got someone leaning over me telling me, stop that, those chords make no sense, they make me feel weird. Can you just press one note, please? It's when I'm working with people like that. It's no accident that all those tracks perform way better than my own, because I'm being produced properly. And I have someone with different ears and different outlooks, and they're usually a DJ, that understands what certain ages and age ranges and geographic trends and cultures will react to, which something I'm not always privy to. You learn secondhand, obviously, from working on the job. I've done it for long enough that I've got some secondhand producer knowledge, which I can apply now. But yeah, very, very hard to be objective when you're so learned on a subject like theory or something like that, because you just everything becomes a nail and you are a hammer. You just want to apply what you know to everything, and it's not always appropriate. You need a producer sometimes. Jonathan Lizama. Excuse me if I butchered that. Lizama? Anyway, what are some deep dives? I've been producing for 7 years, but I feel like I've plateaued. Sound design, groove, act. That's a good question. Interesting you've had that thought, because I tend to, I have this attitude that I'm learning every day. So I'm just always looking forwards and looking upwards. I would have two suggestions for that kind of thought, Jonathan. Well, like I was saying earlier, maybe reference outside of your genre. There's no more humbling experience than, like when I came from, after being a rock snob for a long time, I had a very prejudiced opinion of hip hop, for example. Doesn't matter what the genre is. You can pick any. This happens to everyone who deep dives into their own. And many, dance producers will probably have maybe a prejudiced opinion on other genres. Like they might think hip hop is just running an 808 for 5 minutes while someone raps over it. But I would say try and make stuff in other genres and actually have it critiqued and judged. Because the first time I made a hip hop track as what you'd call like a musician, some strange things get pointed out to you that you would never even have thought of. Like the whole thing I talked about in my drum tutorial about delaying claps by a few milliseconds. That came from a hip hop producer originally. And the classical trained muso in me was like, what does delaying claps by a few milliseconds achieve? Because in classical world, you're not taught about groove at all. You're taught about things are either straight or they're swung. And there's no degrees of swing. That's basically what you're taught. And so the nuances of rhythm and how it changes the way people move. And I think groove is definitely a rabbit hole. Like if you can research into what makes girls dance versus boys, or men versus women, should I say? It sounds strange when you say it like that. Well, age does matter as well, but just look at TikTok trends versus YouTube trends. But yeah, I think anything's a rabbit hole. If you're nerd enough, like I'm the kind of guy that will just take a hook and run with it. Like when I discovered the moving claps by a millisecond thing, that was it for the next. I'm studying Timbaland tracks. I'm judging sound design and groove, and I'm looking at him dance in the studio, and I'm looking at different cultures dancing versus my own, and obviously I'm a middle class white guy, right? So it puts you in a very disadvantaged position for groove because like I say, you're just not taught. So that's still a journey. That's a decade-long journey if you want it to be. Groove, sound design, yeah. I mean, I would say just in general, just pick something outside of your genre, yeah. And then if you really want a rabbit hole, which will help your career, I always recommend looking at branding. Or should I say identity management? Figure out what your artistic expression is. If you're just making music and you think you've plateaued because you don't have anything to say anymore, then maybe you are like you having a drought as an artist and you don't have anything to say. You've contributed everything you want to the world, but I would say there's always new ways to say the same thing. So figure out the whole way of getting seen, because the music industry is shifting so well. I'm not even going to use the word industry, because the industry will always eats itself, and then comes up with something else. So music scene is shifting month by month, especially now on the horizon of AI. We're going to have a new bunch of tools, just like computers were before then, or auto-tune. We've had all the arguments every decade about whether a tool is ethical to use for the creation of art, and the answer is always yes. So, well, it should be. I can't think of any extreme examples right now, but anyway, you get the point. Yeah, I would look into branding, because that's been a massive journey for me. Mostly absorbing as many Seth Godin videos as possible is my recommendation. Yeah, I think there's just so much to learn out there, and yeah, either look outside of your genre and then bring it back into your genre to create something completely new, or especially outside the tempo of your genre. Just learn about, doesn't matter, like learn how to dance, how different people dance, different cultures dance. There's all kinds of rabbit holes you could go down. And branding, as I say, is a really important one for anyone's. Doesn't matter how good your music is. If you don't know how to get seen in this day and age, it's a massive problem. And you'll be massively disappointed and uninspired if you don't see that feedback of people actually finding your stuff. Rage Against the Machine, yes, Robert. Yes. First album, particularly. Still a great recording as well, that. Now that's Dynamics. People want to know what Dynamics sound like. That first album by Rage Against the Machine has got tons. It slaps. And a political message that's still relevant, unfortunately. Yeah, Fortet is interesting. I agree. And Flume. What was Flume's? It's sat on my phone playlist for the car. Sleepless. It's a classic of his. I was early on Flume, I'm proud to say. What was it, like late 2000s? Talk about late snare drums. Yeah. Agreed. Like I say, reference outside your genre. There's some ADV says, I don't have perfect pitch, but I hear the bass lines well, and that helps me figure out the chords. Yes. Well, I don't have perfect pitch. That's something you can't learn past a certain age. That has to be ingrained very, very early on, where you can hear a note out of thin air and know what the note is. That can't be learned, unfortunately, after the fact. You will never have perfect pitch, neither will I, unless you're happy to be 5 years old and somehow typing that. But no, you will get perfect relative pitch. Gunther's piped in with the same point. Yeah, you have to be born with it or conditioned at a very young age, like Rick Beato did with his son. His son's got perfect pitch, and Rick Beato himself hasn't. He's got relative pitch, which is what we have. You need a pitch first as a point of reference, and then you can judge the distance thereof. So I always need one note. I have a pitchfork thing here. There it is. When I bang it against the surface, it vibrates at 440 or middle A. That's an A. If I just hold it against the microphone, should get the, yeah. Hopefully you can hear that anyway. But yeah, I need that reference pitch to know every other sound thereafter. And then for the next kind of 10, 20 minutes, I'll be okay. Nintendo Wii rules. Scott Storch. Oh, you're answering Gunther. In hip-hop, are there experts that provide melodic loops? Yes. Good answer. Scott Storch is definitely one of those. The Piano Man. Yeah, marketing is the toughest to break into. Yeah, watch some Seth Godin. Even like his 2008 video called How to Spread Your Ideas is still relevant. That man, and he's a very good storyteller. He's a very good communicator. He's a lot of fun to watch. And it's not, the other reason I like Seth Godin is it's not he's not a marketer in the sense of it's not money, 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 money. It's how can we do interesting things and have them, you know, found by people that like what we already like. It's just about how do we connect with the correct audience. It's not about how do we make the most money the fastest. He's a very human, nice person type. He invented something called permission marketing, basically, which is some companies 2 decades later are only just coming round to figuring out. You know, basically not spamming people's inboxes with things they're not interested in. You actually have them reach out to you to say, I'm interested in your thing. It's like, how do you make that happen instead? As opposed to having stuff forced down your throat. Seth Godin, basically a hero of mine. Taught me, I run this channel on Seth Godin principles, and all of my music, and all the success that I pass on. Even when I kind of do mini brand consulting for some of the brands some of the DJs I ghostwrite for. I pass on all of the Sethisms, to those guys, because it's just like core truths of how humans interact. Because he has a book called Tribes. There's also some of it on YouTube. Most of it's on YouTube that I've absorbed, but he does have lots of good books as well. He invented the concept of the purple cow, which is about being remarkable. Tribes, which is about permission marketing, how humans basically operate in a tribe, and why we connect with each other on certain things. Anyway, thoroughly recommended if you want to go down that rabbit hole. KO says, just discovered your channel. Look like such a nice guy. Your content is pure gold. Oh, thank you very much. Loving to hear all of this. Is opening my mind. You're very welcome. Yes. I'm trying to provide like just useful stuff that works in the real world, because you can watch a million tips on YouTube that look really fascinating. Like, obviously, channels with much better video editing than mine could show you a really cool trick with a multi-band compressor into a distortion, into a blah, 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 blah. And you watch that and you go, oh my God, that looks really cool. And because they've given you no context, or you don't have the ear training, I've got a video coming on this, you go away, you try it really excitedly, and because you're excited about this new method, and you could probably do it for free because we have all these amazing tools now, you go away, you try it, and you apply it to lots of stuff that doesn't deserve to have it applied because you don't understand the context. And because you don't have the ear training, it's not as good as they sold it to be, because they have done it for longer than you and probably have a better room and better speakers and all that kind of stuff. So there's no, again, the context is missing and the ear training is missing. So when you try it, it doesn't translate to the real world. And you take it to a club, and the sound engineer, the desk guy at the club comes running over to turn down your fader because he's like, you're about to blow my subwoofers off because subwoofers off. You're about to blow my subwoofers up because your track is terrible. You know, as experiences like that can scar an artist, and you'll think, well, that person on YouTube is telling, you know, is just nonsense. And then even if there was some truth in what they were teaching, it's because it was contextless that it didn't work for you. So I'm very careful on what I try to advise people on, whether it will actually work, so that when they take that information away, hopefully, you know, 9 times out of 10 they can translate it properly, even as a beginner. That's kind of where I'm at in terms of my teaching philosophy. Core principles, basically. I'm trying to teach the core principles of why stuff works, not just cool things that happen to work sometimes, I suppose. So I'm glad people are finding it helpful. Jordan Rudis has perfect pitch. I bet he does. He has ridiculously fast fingers as well. Um, I get you can't say who you ghostwrite for, but I'm guessing they have been top 10. Top 10 what? That's the beauty of the music scene now. You know, now the industry and the gatekeepers have gone away. The charts don't matter because everyone's got their own chart. They just make a playlist on Spotify now. And that's different for every person. So charts, I mean, Beatport top 10 obviously is kind of it's a little bit of a litmus test, isn't it? But I think you can sell as little as 6,000 tracks and get in the Beatport top 10, depending on the month and you know, and the climate, as it were, depending on what else is surrounding you. You'd be surprised what you can get in the Beatport top 10 with. But yeah, it depends what top 10 you mean. But yes, yeah, the bigger artists I ghostwrite for are millions and millions of streams. But well, the irony is, they're more. When I say the people I ghostwrite for are more, you know, when I was talking about producers earlier. Yes, they're the more successful on the traditional metrics, but in terms of my income, my own music actually matches the income for the people I ghostwrite for, because they're still doing it the industry way via record labels, and so they're losing like 85% of their revenue for the sake of giving it to a record label. Whereas when I release my music, I get everything. So it turns out it's actually about the same wage. They do 20 times the streams as me, and I do the same amount of revenue. So lots of different ways to skin a cat, as they say. But yeah, they are very successful. In no one's super famous, really. Like, you know, but if you are aware of, you know, if you're in that genre, you'll know them. ADV, unlike most channels, you learn things here. You don't want to sell a course or a sample pack. Yeah, there's always some agenda now, isn't there? I mean, that's the other reason I started the channel. It wasn't just to make people aware of the musical side of things. It was, I'm not really, I recognize, see, I've been very, very lucky through my entire life. So I recognized I wanted to do music for a living when I was 11 years old, maybe a little bit earlier. My next door neighbor had one of them little keyboards with the speakers built in, you know, little Yamaha thing, PSS something or other. That was what gave me the bug. He taught me like a really basic thing on the keyboard, and I was hooked. That was it. And I just beelined throughout my entire life. I just snapped up every possible music opportunity. My first job was music retail, selling software like Cubase, Ableton. Well, initially I was selling guitars actually, and then moved on to software, and that's what got me into this whole side of things. Was because the software side of things started to fascinate me. And we weren't. My family was not able to afford a computer till I was into my. I was about to leave home, you know, in my 20s. So early 2000s was when I got the first computer, and it didn't really run much. So I was very late on music software. It was all tape recorders before that, stuff like that. So, but my parents were amazing. They did everything they could for me. So they never stopped me chasing that. And by 2008, the retail shop folded. They went into liquidation. And I had met so many wonderful people through working at that shop that they helped me start a studio as my first business, just at exactly the right time. It felt like pure luck. So my motivation for being successful in music was never to work in retail again. Yeah, because that was I think I did 8 years in retail. That was, I mean, thankful for having a job at all. You know, some people in this world starve, but that's my relative, you know, that's my low point that keeps me trying to be successful. So I recognize how extremely rare it is to make music for a living. So I'm already doing that and have done for 15 years. So why not just pay it forward? All I can do is tell you what I know, what worked for me, and pass that on. We have this amazing platform. YouTube has given us this amazing platform to be able to give out this information, which is kind of, you know, some producers will hold that information very close to their chest because they're, I don't know, insecure or something. I don't know. I've always been education is what progresses us. It's what, there's a great YouTube video called, it's a TED Talk called, is it How Ideas Have Sex? Basically about the achievements that we've managed to do because we teach each other and we grow beyond our own capabilities because we each bring something different to the table. So, yeah, why not pass on the information? Because I'm not trying to be the guy that's keeping everyone below them by not sharing the secrets, because what I would rather is pass on some information that I thought was potentially benign. Someone finds it super useful, takes it and runs with it, and then goes and does something really fantastically original with it. Why wouldn't you want that to happen to the world? Because that moves us all forward then. A rising tide lifts all boats. And I love that saying. Or the other one, was it Newton that said, or Einstein that said, we see further by standing on the shoulders of giants. You know, I hope people take my teachings and do really incredible things with them. That's the idea. It's not, I don't need any more success in music. I'm not rich. I'm not rich. I don't own a house. I actually don't own a house. So yes, I'm just not greedy for any more money, basically. I'm not doing it for money. Just pure love of information, and yeah, it's why not pass it on? Someone might change the world with it, if not myself. Extremely rare privilege I have to be able to A, do it for a living, and B, tell thousands of people. So that's the only motivation, really. It's just, yep. I may well sell a course at some point. You know, I've had a few people ask about a course. Of course, it's nice to be able to monetize. There is a threshold. Like the reason I can only do one video a week is it's all I can afford to do. The rest of the time I need to work. But luckily my job is music, so it's not like I'm complaining. But yeah, it's who knows? You know, the ghostwriting clients might dry up. I might need to monetize YouTube for part of my living at some point. I don't know. I might sell a course, but it will be done ethically. I can promise you that much. Yeah. But yeah, there's the agenda of sales is something that really annoys me. There's lots of hidden adverts on YouTube right now. Usually by very attractive YouTubers. Maybe it's just jealousy because I ain't one of those. But there always seems to be some product embedded in the so-called lesson, and especially annoying to myself because I've gathered a lot of knowledge over this has been my entire vocation for 30 years at this point. Music is my obsession. Well, you could argue video games is catching up. But anyway, yeah, so I've accrued a lot of knowledge, and when you see someone doing what I would call a disguised lesson, it's very frustrating. Certainly a lot of that, and it's not for the consumer to know what to filter out, what's BS and what's not. So, I feel sorry for you guys. At one point we had the problem of not enough targeted education because of the school system and before the internet and all that lot. And then we've had this connection revolution and this amazing privilege. And now we almost have the opposite curse where there's too much information. And as Tom Scott put it, there is no algorithm for truth. I love that saying. There is no algorithm for truth. And don't we wish that was the case? Because it's very hard to, as a learning person, to be able to sniff out the untruths. And yes, so I pride myself on trying to be, what's the word? Based? I think the kids call it based. That's my brand, is based. Anyways, yes. They teach you a specialist technique by telling you can only do it with a £200 plugin. Exactly, yes. I was thinking, it was kind of, it's a bit of they tell you not to poo on your own doorstep, don't they? I was thinking of doing a series like going around those YouTube shorts that have the disguised lessons in them and showing you how to do it with free plugins. But it's a bit, I don't know, it's a bit petty. As much as I would enjoy it, it kind of puts me in the same boat of tearing others' work down, because who am I to judge? Like, you know, it's their decision to monetize, make their living like that. I hope they make a living from it. But yeah, I kind of thought against that at one point. I have lots of ideas that may not ever come to fruition, but that's being a human, I suppose. Yeah, while giving no context, yep. Based Lick. Should change the channel name. Bthelick is a terrible name. Terrible name. It was just kind of like a nickname, and I didn't know what the you know what the channel was nearly called? Well, this is down to my philosophy of just starting and just releasing, because you would never say Bthelick was, shall we say, a finished name. It's got zero description in the title of what the channel is. But one of the initial names was RTFM. Read the effing manual. Because I was a kind of geek that would read the manual, and then that's how I passed information on to people. Even in that retail job, it paid so poorly that I supplemented my income by giving private lessons at people's houses. And I was basically just reading the manual back to them, because, I mean, obviously there's a language barrier for, like, if you the first time you've ever installed Cubase on your computer, you're going to be completely lost. But effectively, that's what I felt like I was doing, just reading the manual back to them. Obviously, I'd memorized the manual, kind of my job. But yeah, so the channel was nearly called "Read the Manual," read the effing manual. But yeah, I think Bthelick. I'm not sure. There are lessons online about berating your own audience. So I wasn't going to call it that. It didn't really have the right tone, I don't think. But yeah, Bthelick was one of many. What was the other? Oh, we had a good one actually. I don't know why we didn't use it. I was going to be the instrologist. It was like a portmanteau of 4 words, like instrumentation, technology, musicologist, the instrologist. If anyone wants that, they can have it. I don't think, but yeah. I don't know why we didn't go with that one. I can't remember. But anyway, yeah. Maybe I should change it over at some point. But it is what it is. There's so many. It doesn't matter with music or with its games or with its films that have odd names that you forget about the name eventually because you just associate it with what it is. So I suppose it's kind of appropriate for the channel because it's an information first channel. So the name shouldn't matter. But yeah. Thank you, Nintendo Wii Rules. Not the Wii U, though, right? The Wii U did not rule. The Wii was good. Although it stole many things from my beloved Dreamcast. The Nintendo Wii. I would hold a candle for that amazing console. We had motion tracking sensors. I had the Samba de Amigo maracas. El the Bic. Yes, Gunther. Yeah, why not? Caesar asked something. What was that? Wayne covered that. Oh. What did Wayne ask? Can you ask a question? Do you phase align kick and bass? Oh. If so, what plugins would you use for best results? No, I don't. I don't phase align kick and bass. I mean, if there's a problem, you could check the polarity of it. I'm forever lining up bass and, well, all sound, to be honest, in like shifting milliseconds left and right. So, but I'm listening kind of more, I'm trying to listen emotionally there with like what it's making my hips do on my shoulders, like groove wise. And, you know, whether it's falling in line with the lyrics and stuff like that. So, trying to make the groove lazier if the vocalist sounds super relaxed, or pushing the backbeat ahead of time if it needs to be like super hype, stuff like that. Stuff a natural drummer would do. But phase alignment is no, because what's going on down there is your kick drum's never going to be at the exact pitch of your bass fundamental frequency, right? So that would be the only time you would get a phase clash, a true phase clash. I know sound is complicated, so you're going to end up with multiple phase problems at lots of different harmonic frequencies. Something I didn't talk about in the How Not to Master Your Music video. The reason if you cut on an EQ and you get you watch the level meter actually go up, that's because of the phase alignment of the harmonics within the sound. What we call constructive interference creates new peaks, basically. I wanted to find the Dan Worrell video on that. I've still not found it. But anyway, phase alignment, you in the super low frequencies where it would matter, you're side chaining anyway, typically. So it's not actually, they're never going to be at a competing level, ideally, anyway. You clean that up with just ducking one out of the way, out of the way of the other, as opposed to trying to line up phase, because as soon as you get stuff in phase, you're going to double the volume, which is a nightmare for your mastering headroom, or just general master channel headroom. You're wasting a lot of energy down there, phase aligning bass, unless it's somehow crucial to the groove that the bass is not ducked. It's always a tough one. But no, I don't tend in all these years. The only time I've ever phased aligned stuff is real drum kits and real guitars, multi-mic guitars, because that's always a problem, phase alignment on real microphone signals, especially drum kits. I used to be one of the really fastidious engineers that used to get the tape measure out, so I would measure the snare drum to the overhead microphones and make sure it was equal distance, so I knew my snare wouldn't be out of phase when it was played in mono. Things like that. But no, I've not done it in EDM. If something, if you have a problem, one of the ways you dissect it is start playing with the polarity of the channel and things like that, moving it milliseconds, which is technically phase alignment. But 99 times out of 100, I will just probably pick another kick drum because you could be there forever making things like that work. And you have these situations all the time where it looks like it works on paper. The kick drum sounds great on its own. The bass sounds great on its own. But for some reason, when everything's combined, it sounds super weak. And then you think, well, that's going to be phase. So you start playing with phase, and 2 hours later, you've lost your all perspective from your ears and you can't judge it anymore. And you don't seem to have made any progress. So yeah, I often find you just swap the sound. It's the same reason I don't layer kick drums. I've seen people try and take, the sub of one kick with the mid, like the chest of another kick, and then the top end of another kick. I've put extra, I've used the click of one kick drum on the top of another. When it's high enough frequency, it doesn't matter, but anything close to bass is obviously, as you've pointed out, is quite rightly in danger of phasing, because that's where the waveform is the longest, right? So I understand where your question comes from, but yeah, I just avoid that by A, side chaining, B, picking different sounds. Yeah, don't have to. There are phase alignment plugins. Voxengo makes a great one. Even just his free audio delay plugin, which is not a delay plugin, it's a literal delay alignment plugin, if you want to call it that. It's just called Audio Delay, Voxengo, the freebie. That's useful tools. You can get free phase rotators, which will rotate the phase of a sound around a frequency axis. Variety of Sound has a phase rotation thing inside of the free prefix, it's called. But yeah, it's something I resort to when there's an unexplainable problem, and it's very rarely solved with aligning kick and bass phase. So your thinking is correct, but in practical use, doesn't happen so much. I do have a video on pushing and pulling the beats. Yes, I do. Jill. It's again, I had to put a genre on the YouTube video because people don't click on it if it looks too generic. Like, if you make a video called Advice for All EDM Drums, then that excludes the people that think EDM is a genre, not just an acronym. And most people won't click on it because it's not their genre. So I had to call it House Drums. It's called House Drums, a Different Kind of Tutorial. Yeah, look up House Drums, a Different Kind of Tutorial. That's got all my fundamental rhythm knowledge in there. It's one of the better performing videos, actually. Very proud of that one. Sorry, I just decided to play some. I was feeling alone up here, just talking at you. With you, not at you. With you. Camille says, hi everyone, when I started my adventure of producing trance a few years ago, I set goals for myself. Yes, very important. Well, it depends on your learning style, but I'm certainly someone who loves checklists. Ticking things off is important for certain people, and setting yourself goals. If you can understand, if you can do the reverse engineer the career path of someone, it's actually quite simple to break down. Like, after 1 year, I could be... Like, I knew when I started this channel, for example, I knew it would take between 1 and 2 years of releasing one video a week to get to my first 1,000 subscribers. That data's out there. It's not like a mystery. And I think I got it within 18 months, was it? Not that I was chasing the number, but that, you have to reach a certain threshold before YouTube will even start advertising your videos to other people. So if my goal is to educate as many people as possible, then I suppose I do need more numbers. But goals very important. So we knew that by achieving 1,000 subscribers within the 2-year period, at one video a week, that it was working. And then that meant some of the other data was reliable as well. So we could say, right, well, we didn't expect... We went from 3,000 to 10,000. I say we, me and my manager, DJ Clips. It went from 3,000 to 10,000 in a week because of the Tech House Frisian scale video thing, I think. That just kicked off. And that wasn't in the data. But that's why you do it, for the pleasant surprises. But you still have to do the baseline things before you get the pleasant surprises. So yeah, goals are very important. Make sure you understand your trajectory, your industry, so you can set realistic goals, is what I'm saying that for. And then you've got stuff to kind of aim for and tick off, which is very, good advice, Camille, sorry. Terrible with names, I'm afraid. What time are we on? I've gone very, very hungry all of a sudden. Oh, it's 9:30. Okay, yeah. 3.5. We've done 3.5 hours. Shaperbox 3 has a beat synced 2-channel oscilloscope, so you can check phase alignment. Ah, cool. Shaperbox is a Swiss Army knife of useful audio tools. I was initially put off because it seemed to be the subject of so many of those fake education disguised adverts. Shaperbox always seemed to be the subject of that kind of video, but it is actually a very useful plugin, that. Very creative as well. From the YouTubers I know, you have to protect your mental health against the YouTube algorithm. Yes. I could probably do more videos a week, but it's especially if your job is creative. One of the biggest things that transitions when you go from the hobby to the profession kind of side of things is one of the hardest things to grasp is you have to turn up for work, which changes things. And turning up for work when you are not feeling particularly creative. This is why I have these little experiments I was showing you earlier about taking the Stranger Things arpeggio onto that tech house trance track thing, that kind of thing. Those are the kind of strategies that you end up using to kickstart some creative ideas, because you're not always naturally inspired. You have to you have to turn up, and if you don't do it if you force that in like a really in a bad way, you will burn out very fast. Creative, there's a lot of emotional labor in a creative job, so it's very intangible, nebulous, whatever you want to call it, and yeah, you do have to protect your mental health. But luckily, I've been a very, I don't know if it was my upbringing or what have you, but I've always been very lucky in that aspect of not, if something goes like, the first thing that happened when I lost the use of one of my, no, I nearly said I lost the use of my leg. I don't have one leg. I kind of broke my leg. Well, I did. It was worse than a break. I deleted a lot of the ligaments in my knee in a drunken accident. It's worse than a break because it takes longer to recover from, and in fact I have actually never healed part of that. Anyway, but the first thing I did when I got woke up in hospital was I just laughed. That seems to be my response to tragedy. Or I'm quite good in the mental. I don't know where it came from, but I'm just very, very measured approach to everything and pretty chill. The only truly stressful time of my life, I think, was when I got sued for accidentally copying my own bass line. Which is why I said what I did in the video about the rave generator video. I'm trying to protect people from the hell that is the legal system. That was genuinely pretty miserable. That made me ill from the stress, and I'm not a guy that gets stressed at all. So, but yep. The mental side of it's important if you're going to be creative, especially for a living. Tough gig. And yeah, so I just do one video a week because, I mean, even then sometimes I struggle. That Strings of Life video took me 5 days. I don't know why. So many vocal takes. I think I counted 700 vocal takes. It's my fault. I'm not a video maker, so probably very inefficient at the process. But yeah, you got to be very careful of burnout. Very careful. It's a real danger, and the algorithm keeps you honest because it expects a schedule. Well, it's not just the algorithm. It's humans expect a schedule. If people know to turn up every week mentally, like subconsciously, they will turn up every week to find a video. That's kind of a subconscious promise you make. It's not necessarily an algorithm thing. One feeds the other. So, but yes, the mental side of it is still a factor. F9 did a Frisian scale video shortly after mine. Did they? Ah, okay. Interesting. Nah, it's all good. I'm being sarcastic with that tone, obviously. The information has to be out there. And that was a perfect example of what I meant about seemingly benign information being really useful to certain people. Because the Frisian scale is no big deal to anyone who's, from like more of a muso background like myself. And then one day I thought, you know what? Because Record Box and Mixed in Key and all these, they never mention anything outside of major minor, and I think that's a bit of a shortcoming of that technology. But I'm going to do a video on, it just happened to so be that month, that week, that 5 of the top 20 of Beatport were tech house in Frisian. So it was kind of the perfect accident. It's like this, I think this is useful information to people. Let me let them know. I also did the right thing in terms of the YouTube algorithm by naming it Why Your Tech House Doesn't Sound Like a Famous Person's. You have to do that, because if I called the video DJs, you need to know about the Frisian scale, it would have got 1/10 the clicks, because that's an alien language and it's not resonant to what a DJ might think, or a budding EDM producer, tech house producer, whatever. So you have to play a little bit of that game as well, just to be able to get the information across to the correct audience. And I'm terrible at that. Vikram Prince would like to see a video explaining convolution reverb, how to simulate a club. Hey, let me show you something actually. There have been DJs in my ghostwriting past that asked me to fake a live set. Because, well, there's all kinds of reasons. It's not because they didn't perform it live. It was because either something went wrong, like the sound system died, or they only got the left channel, or you know what clubs are like. Sometimes the wiring is just... so they didn't get the recording that they needed, or sometimes the recording of their live set came back and it was literally just the line out from the desk. So there was no live sound about it at all, other than their, their voiceover. So occasionally I was asked to make a live set. So I developed something called the Livenator, which, this is very old, this plugin, by the way. So I did a thing. I'm trying to basically, there's lots going on here. Obviously there's reverb, but I was trying to do multi-band phase alignment, to mimic, the time that the bass arrives versus the time from the sound out of the tweeters and stuff like that, versus where you stood in the room. So you'd be getting more of a bounce off the right wall versus the left and all that kind of stuff. I took it way too far. Proximity effect as well. And then back when phones had really bad cameras, bad microphones, I built in a fake bad microphone as well, which had a built-in limiter, and it gave up too easily. Mic compression and microphone. So, and it actually came out really good. Let me show you this track. So you got kind of indoors, outdoors, club size. You've got the mic dying. Because when the bottom end kicked in, most people's recordings just sounded like farts, right? Whether you stood at the front or the back. Whether you stood off to the side. And it turns out if you put a crowd, like a general background crowd noise, like just, I used to manually add a few whoops on the drops and stuff like that. Really sell the effect. Where's my samples? Foley, here we go. Parties. It's that kind of stuff. Like, take the bottom end out of that. And we've got a live thing here. That could be inside a tent, right? ADV says, I'd love to see a breakdown on Dead Mouse. Strobe, yeah, great track. I love the timing. I'd love, yeah. Convolution reverb. Sorry, yes. Let me go back a question. Vikram asked a video on convolution reverb. Yeah, you don't have to use convolution for it. Good algorithmic reverbs sometimes actually more realistic because convolution is like a photograph of a situation. It's static, typically. I mean, Arturia and Liquid Sonics and other people have developed dynamic convolution algorithms, but they still don't respond in the non-linear, chaotic way that real life does. That component modeling, like convolution, is still very bad for capturing analog gear, for example, because it can't really respond to what came before. It can only have snapshots of current states. They call them states. And I know Arturia have done a lot of work with the what they call them, Volterra kernels, which is part of the engine behind their dynamic convolution engine. And that seems to be getting there, but they're always going to suffer from the same kind of problem, which is it's like sampling. You can't really, your sampling is always going to be static. So, yeah, algorithmic reverbs can be just as realistic as, and this is the built-in Ableton one as well. It's not like it's the good one. Well, I'll say that all stock plugins are good now compared to what I grew up with. So it's, it's fine. But it's not exactly a posh reverb. What would be your reason to simulate a club? Is that so? Are you talking in terms of monitoring, so you could try and estimate how it sounded in a club, or would it be for special effect like that? Alesis Quad Reverb. Now there's a unit. That was in the era of the first initially affordable reverb units. Alesis were championing was it in the MIDI verb, the quad reverb, and something else. They had a sound, let's put it that way. Very useful in certain situations. Very useful. And certainly attainable was the more important thing. Denise Pop was one of the first DJs to add crowd noise to a remix. MJ. Oh, okay. Right. What year? I wonder. Do you know? Could probably look it up. Yeah, I'd like to do a video on strobe. I don't know what. What would the video? See, the YouTuber in me, not that I'm a YouTuber, the YouTuber in me, the educator in me wants to know what a video on strobe would solve for people. Because it's got a little bit of the polymetric thing that I covered in the polymetric video, the looping video. It's got that very bizarre bar 6 loop turnaround, which you think should be at the end of the bar, but it isn't. Or bar 7, I can't remember. It's got the, Opus nicked it from strobe, didn't he? Eric Prydz nicked it from, I always hear Prydz epic, what's Prydz's track that starts slow, speeds up? Anyway, that always sounded like strobe to me. Start with a slow arp, which becomes a melody. By manipulating the top notes of the arp, that kind of thing. Yeah, I'll have a think, because I could just do a video which is like a love letter to strobe, so, talking about all the nerdy things I like about it. The problem is, it could serve as creative inspiration, definitely. The problem with deadmau5 is, though, what a lot of people don't know about deadmau5 is everything, including the brand name. It was branding genius. Like, his tracks mostly don't work in a club, like in a traditional DJ set. They're not like what a normal DJ would consider great club tracks. On the whole, obviously, everyone's got differing opinions, but in the world I exist in, nobody I know would play deadmau5 tracks. Not necessarily to do with the engineering, the mixing. Steve Duda's great. It's mostly structure, probably too musical, probably too clever. Stuff like that. But he's got himself a mansion still, because despite his, on paper, he didn't sell a lot of records. But the branding of that whole thing, the way he did his social media, was incredible. And he was very, very early on that. I've actually got a video queued up for my watch later, which I've still not got around to watching, called How Deadmau5 Fought the World. I don't know if any of you have seen it yet. It's on YouTube. I'm interested to know what they, if it's got much about that early push he did on social media. Because the story was he found a dead mouse in the computer, right? That was killed by his cat. And he always made sure to feature the cat in the videos. And again, we're talking early YouTube, right? So it's all very important, like little decisions. But yeah, deadmau5 is way, way, way more than the music. It's one of those greater than the sum of its parts thing. He's a very clever chap, Joel. But yeah, Strobe, one of my favorites of all time, definitely. Again, because I'm a muso, and it's so is he in a way. I know he says he doesn't know anything about chords, but he's got that ear, and Steve Duda knows plenty about chords. So, it satisfies my muso itch, no end. It's got a nice groove to it as well in the middle. That middle arpeggio before it comes back round to the chord change. When it loops in that middle section on the one, fantastic groove. Some chords is good as well. Yep. Those first few albums, I mean, lots of good stuff on there. TC Electronics has a great reverb with club algorithm. Yes, they do. TC are some of the, I think they were the, outside of Lexicon, the TC algorithms were way ahead of their time. They really know how to do a reverb. They know how to charge for it as well. I think, was it the M3000? Was it 4 figures? Yeah, $29 for a TC reverb is a steal. They've got the Slate convolution. I forgot what it's called now, but that's the one he collabed with Liquid Sonics on. His convolution reverb. I'm sure that's got some TC samples inside of it. But yeah, reverb, I'm not that picky these days. When you get your ear training kind of sorted out, you know what to reach for in terms of. I'm still working on the reverb video because I think I managed to. I'm proud of my delay video. I know it's an older one now, and I talk like I'm about to fall asleep. I wasn't a great presenter, I'm still getting there. We're always learning, aren't we? Anyway, but I was proud of the delay video because I think I managed to teach people something really simple that they didn't know, which was delay echoes are just based on the same rhythms you might see in MIDI or in any sequencer, like 16ths, and told them what a dotted rhythm was, which is always a weird thing to explain. Obviously, you've got to discuss triplets as well, because all delay units have those kind of things in them. So I was proud of my delay video because I managed to say something that most other tutorials didn't, which was the whole point of me bringing something to the conversation. Reverb, though, is I've interviewed a few DJs regarding reverb just to kind of try and find out how they think of reverb versus like my approach would be quite engineering. So I'm still trying to figure out that video Some DJ said, was it my manager? Yeah, DJ Clips said he heard it like the emotional response he had was it was a groove thing. It changed the groove, and obviously it changes the atmosphere of a track. So it changes what you're trying to say, versus thinking about it in terms of like an engineer would, in terms of like how long the reverb tail is and frequency content and realism and all that kind of stuff. So, I'm still yet to think about how that video would take shape that would be useful for, again, real world application. When I'm using reverb, I always think in two categories: fake verb and real verb. They have their different uses, yeah. So one of the ways to emulate real reverb is convolution, as Rakim said. So sometimes you go for a convolution or a good algorithmic that sounds like a real place, like a TC. And then sometimes you just want fake verb, which is what I class lexicons as, or the tal reverb is really good for fake verb. Supermassive, there's loads, but sometimes you just want like an elongation of the sound, or it's kind of it's both a groove thing and a mood thing. So I don't really think too hard in terms of, I'm either just reaching for real verb or fake verb, and I've still not decided how to teach the concept of why you would reach for either. Like it's a very instinctual thing for me because I've done it for a while. So I'm still reverse engineering my own techniques there. 1989 was that remix, the Billie Jean. Used an Atari, of course he did. See, all my friends had Amigas, and I had a Sega Mega Drive. So unless I got into trackers, my musical journey was very different. The only things I could program were on the internal sequencer of my little keyboard until I got my first computer. Didn't have access to Notator, or what was the first Cubase called? Was it Notator, or was that the Logic one? Logic used to be called Notator, was it? I can't remember now, but the first Cubase on the Atari. We have a lot to thank them for. Three-eighths, yes, the dotted quarter, isn't it? Ping pong delay on the off hi-hat. A 3/16, I thought it was, but yeah, it's a what we call a dotted rhythm. 3 over pick whichever you want, 8, 16 or 4 is a dotted rhythm. Oct AMA. Yep. Did anyone buy a copy of that? I don't remember seeing a single remote, like maybe the odd computer game, but anything remotely computer programming, like graphics or music programs on the Amiga, were always on a dodgy floppy disk that was definitely a copy. Do I have any project files from some really old tracks you've made? You know what? Actually, did you watch the chord video about Ride on Time and levels, etc.? That levels project was from, I made that in 2012. And I had to pull it off an old hard drive because I knew I had it somewhere. And Sorry, no, 2011. There you go. And the challenge was back then to try and make it with Ableton's inbuilt synthesizers only. So I had to replace a couple of, I think, I had to find all the drum samples from probably Vengeance or something back then, but all the synths are Ableton's built in. So I had to convert it to Live 11. I know it's not a track I've made. It's not technically an answer to your question, but I just thought it was funny that it still worked and it sounded all right. There we go. So there's some of the old plugins which are no longer the early variety of sound, compressor, the tape emulator. I don't know what the tape emulator would have been in there. The Blue Glitch, remember that? Fantastic plugin. Also, the company changed it. He had two names, this guy. He was either DeBlue or Ill-Informed. It's kind of a branding disaster, but... So... Oh yeah, I was doing everything on the internal laptop keyboard as well. So I've got my little A to C converter, which just basically transposes everything up 3 but keeps it in minor, because I was using the laptop keyboard to play the notes. So this is, yeah, inbuilt analog. There were no sidechain plugins back then, so I used AutoPan. Again, analog, the synth. It's all stock, apart from the drum samples, basically. What is this? Is this all? Yeah, these are all Vengeance. Not sure what that's from. SOR. Anyway, yeah. The piano is the built-in Ableton one. Analog for the layer, the synth layer. Again, the auto pan on the sidechain. The grind synth, as I call it. This is a built-in FM synth operator through the saturator, playing guitar chords, what we call fifth chords. Just 1 and 5 of the chord, and then the wobbly synth, the wobbly lead. Again, just analog. You get that wobble with pitch modulation, by the way. Just set an LFO to your pitch. All just analog. I can't remember who I was, who I needed to prove to that you could do everything with the internal synth. This pads are broken a bit. Oh, it seems to be working now. I don't know why I called it gamepad. Maybe it sounded like a computer game to me, not sure. But yeah, that's just analog again. Bit of chorus. Yeah. 2011 I did that. Let's have a look. Just noises. Called that one a swoosh. Oh, even that's analog. Just literally filtering the white noise. Maybe there weren't too many sound effect packs back then. Boom. That's just a kick drum through a load of reverb. The dive is going to be analog, is it? Yep. Just a pitch down sine wave. Oh, that's a sample, the explosion. From, again, Vengeance. Bless. Yeah. I remembered it being okay, and I'm glad it held up. R.I.P. Avicii, yeah, man. Tim. Yeah, I need to do some kind of tribute video on that man. Bromance is one of my favorite dance melodies of all time. He deserves a video, I'm quite sure. I've not looked at what other people have done though, so needs to be my take on it. Oh yeah, is it 125? Is the original 125? There wasn't much past 128 back then. I remember that much. Anyway, there's a good example of an old project. Yeah, 2011. Have we got anything on the master? Oh, here we go. See, this is before. Oh, none of it's on. It's all dead. These plugins aren't there. Oh wow, that one's loaded. Is it doing anything? No. No, it's not actually doing. Oh, the multiband's doing a little bit. And the rest of the plugins don't exist anymore. Actually, they do. This was from the day. These were Variety Sound plugins, but they were obviously they were 32-bit back then. We didn't have 64-bit, or we were in the transition period. But yeah, the rare mastering. Well, you can hear without it, doesn't it? Like I say, that hip hop project was 9 years ago when I started figuring out how not to master. So, yeah. Oh, you got to catch his last performance in Ultra. Wow, what a privilege. I need to eat, guys. My belly's just reminded me again that I should be eating by this time of night. So I'm one of these people that usually eats quite late, like 9 o'clock. So I've not had much today. So I'm going to love you and leave you. Phil, remind me next time. We'll definitely sort that out. Don't mess with the party line. Yes. Or I may even just do a video, because might be worth a video, that one. But, yeah. Send me a Insta DM, Phil. I'll put it on the list. Thank you, Gunther. Yes, I'm going to say goodbye. Yeah. Let me know in the comments if you're cool with this format. Are we enjoying the, spend a month learning from the videos and then asking the questions in the live stream? Is that a cool format? Or would you like the live stream to be a bit more structured, like with like I said, the feed forward instead of the feedback, or maybe making a track or something like that? Let me know. I love chatting with you guys, so I'm easy. Thank you, Caesar. That's great to hear. Yes, finishing tracks is not easy to do, but is its own practice and worth practicing to get used to it. Thank you, Cecil. Thank you, Jendo. Oh, Jen, have you just joined? Sorry. We're just saying goodbye. Thank you very much, Caesar. You like the format? Okay. Yeah, everyone let me know in the comments if you think this format's useful. Don't know why I said it like that. Useful. Useful. Yes, Vikram, we talked about that. Watch this video back probably about 2 hours in. We talked about the problem with feedback and maybe what we can do about it. Got some ideas there. Thank you, Rick. How's the weather in California? Are you raining over there or? Oh, thank you, Nintendo Wii Rules. I am one of the most human people on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you. Well, you're a great. You know, the other point of doing it honestly was you create a very honest, organic audience. So therefore, I can get genuine feedback from you guys, and it's all real world feedback because it's not a bunch of bots and fake numbers. So. It helps me as well. Thank you, everyone, for being wonderful people and for the wonderful questions. Thank you, Bass. Yep, Phil. Okay. Good. I didn't plan to go 4 hours, to be honest, but maybe if that's going to happen, yes. Or maybe we do a break. I have some food and then we do it. Yeah, we'll see. We will see. Oh, thank you, Vikram. Wow, thank you, Vikram. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Anyway, thank you. Super appreciated. Thank you. Right, we need a track to play out. Any of the recents. There we go. Thank you, guys. Night, night. Bye-bye.